Testing, testing. All righty then, people. I think that the time we spent explaining the rules was time well spent and well invested, but it is now almost 9 minutes after 10, so let's get started. Okay, thank you very much. This is good morning and welcome to the Maryland Public Service Commission. The Commission will come to order, and we're on the record in case 9866, the Commission's review of the next generation.
On the right. You're not going to sit down?
Hey, gang, come on. Settle down, folks. All right, there we go. Commission's review of the Next Generation Energy Act transmission connected energy storage proposals. Just a very brief background. On March 2nd of this year, the Commission received 5 transmission-connected energy storage applications in response to the Commission's energy storage request for applications round 1, which was issued on December 24th of 2025. Pursuant to the Next Gen Act. On March 13th of this year, the Commission docketed this case to evaluate the applications. On May 1st of this year, Power Advisory filed with the Commission its report on the administrative completeness determination. On June 1st, Power Advisory filed its Round 1 evaluation report. The Commission held a virtual public hearing for the purposes of soliciting comments from the public on Thursday, July 30th, not too long ago, at 6 p.m. The purpose of today's hearing is not to solicit further public comment, but to instead hear testimony from the parties. Evidentiary hearings are scheduled from today through potentially Friday of this week. Hopefully we won't need to use Friday, but it's there if we need it. So we're going to begin by we'll of course start by taking appearances, but before we do that, I'd like to go through some basic ground rules and some general housekeeping. I understand that you've been told about this in advance, but I'd like to put it into the record. So I'm going to read the comments that were prepared for me so I don't screw this up. Okay. It's important for you to speak clearly for the court reporter and that any crosstalk by parties is avoided. If you're not actively speaking, please turn your microphone off. There will be a 15-minute recess some point in the middle of the morning and a 15-minute recess in the afternoon. We'll take 45 minutes for lunch because I want people to be able to actually go out and have a civilized meal. So not 30 minutes, 45 minutes. We have 4 days of hearings. As I said, I believe that should be sufficient. The plan is to adjourn the trial, our proceedings at 4:30 every day. Hopefully we'll be able to hold to that. We have before us today several parties sponsoring witnesses, hence we have the need for some ground rules having to do with the trial to keep the trial efficient. And so here are the rules. Regarding examination, witnesses will be limited to examination on direct, cross, and redirect. Cross-examination is limited to the scope of the direct examination of the witnesses, and redirect is limited to the matters brought on during cross-examination. No friendly cross-examination. Participants on the same side of an issue may not cross-examine each other's witnesses on the issue. Additionally, cross-examiners will not be permitted to be repetitive in their subsequent cross-examination. And an objection to a question put to a witness during cross-examination may only be made by counsel sponsoring that witness, and a request for clarification of a question on cross-examination may only be made by them. Cross-examination is not a substitute for discovery. This is always an issue, but I'm repeating it. Questions during cross-examination are designed to educate a party of the substance of another party's pre-filed testimony or otherwise obtain information that could have easily been obtained during or otherwise obtain information that could have easily been obtained during discovery will not be allowed. All witnesses will be subject to recall by the bench with appropriate notice. Witnesses will be dismissed at the conclusion of this hearing. We are aware that there are some witness availability issues, and we'll try to work around those as best as we can. Now, some of the information in this proceeding is confidential, so let me just go through the rules with respect to confidentiality. I just want to remind everybody that as established in the Commission's March 13, 2026 notice initiating the proceeding, confidentiality rules regarding project application information continue to be in effect. Specifically, applicants will not be permitted to cross-examine each other to access information regarding another application. This measure is intended to protect a competitor's proprietary and/or commercially sensitive information and its competitive position. Regarding confidential cross-examination, if a line of questioning touches upon confidential information, the Commission will move into a closed confidential session. Only those individuals who've signed the appropriate non-disclosure agreement with the applicant, or those individuals exempted by statutory authority such as Commission staff and the Office of the People's Counsel, may remain in the room. For example, if applicant A enters into confidential questioning regarding its application, anyone who has not signed applicant A's NDA or is not otherwise exempt must excuse themselves. As always, we rely on the honor system under direct oversight of the council to enforce compliance. To the cross-examining attorneys, I ask that you please provide us with a clear heads up immediately before you begin any confidential lines of questioning so that we can formally transition the room. To minimize disruption and to avoid repeatedly clearing and reopening the hearing room, I would ask counsel to reserve all confidential cross-examination for the end of your examination. Lastly, I would remind the audience in the room today that this is a formal evidentiary hearing, not a public comment hearing. As such, participation in this stage of the proceeding is limited to those designated parties admitted either by right, such as staff and OPC, or through granted petition to intervene. Only those parties will be allowed to participate and present witnesses in this proceeding. So, with that, unless there are any questions, I'm prepared to proceed. So, okay. All right. So, are there any preliminary matters that anybody would like to raise before I begin? Seeing none. Okay. We're going to begin with Power Advisory, John Dalton, and the order for today's agenda is Power Advisory, number 1. Number 2, Customized Energy Solution. Oh, yeah. Oh, pardon me. I'd forgotten appearances and petitions to intervene. So let's take appearances. And any petitions to intervene. Yeah.
Commission, my name is Colin Glynn. I represent the Maryland Public Service Commission ordinarily, but today I'm representing Power Advisory in this matter.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Commissioners. Eric Wallace with the law firm Green Herlocker, representing Rev Renewables and Jade Meadow.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioner. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Brian Quinn with the Venable Law Firm. I'm joined today by my colleague Susan Schipper. We represent the applicant RWE Renewables.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Maggie Witherup on behalf of applicant Chalk Point Reliability, LLC. And present with me is Ms. Carla Weber, is also on behalf of applicant Chalk Point Reliability.
All right.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Mark Bird, and I'm with OPC.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Matthew Hall. I'm here on behalf of technical staff, and with me is my colleague, Shauna Wilkerson.
All right. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Carville Collins on behalf of Cardinal Energy Storage East, LLC, an applicant. And with me in this case will be Tom Previs and Mandy Heinel. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Sari Amiel, appearing on behalf of the Sierra Club.
All right. Anyone else? All righty then. We will begin.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, you asked about preliminary matters.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I don't want to speak for staff counsel, but we had a proposal about the actual physical applications that were submitted in this case,
Okay.
about how to enter them into the record. Matt, can I turn over to you?
Sure. So we were considering how to actually enter all the applications into the record. We had, I think that the Office of General Counsel had responded with a proposal that each applicant would mark and enter their applications at the time of their testimony. Now, there is the possibility that Power Advisory's witness might need to touch on those applications, so they might have to reference kind of forward-looking, saying, we understand that the applicant is going to mark the application as exhibit, whatever. And I will be referring to it as such. Now, there was another proposal. I can't remember who
Yep.
brought it up.
Thank you.
Was he-
Brian Quinn on behalf of RWE. We spoke to the other applicants. Just to complete the record, all applicants are willing to stipulate to the individual applications each applicant filed and stipulate to them in the record, both as Exhibit 1 for each of the applicants. So mine, for example, would be RWE Exhibit 1, and our confidential application would be RWE Exhibit 1C. And it's my understanding that all the applicants have stipulated to that. I don't know if any of the other interveners have any objections, but that would be our proposal.
Right, that makes sense. Does anybody have a problem with that? Okay. Any other preliminary matters before I ask if the City of Baltimore had asked to intervene? Is somebody here from the city? Okay. Does anybody have any objections to the city intervening? Mr. Collins?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Carville Collins again on behalf of Cardinal Energy Storage. Cardinal Energy Storage is not opposed to the city's participation in this case. However, in accordance with prior precedent, we urge the Commission to grant interested person status to the City of Baltimore. And we recommend this due to the very late date of the petition, just 2 days before the hearing. This proceeding has been docketed since the middle of March, and here we are on the eve of the hearings, having just received this petition last Friday. In addition, the city does not have a witness in this case. All of the other parties, all the other applicants do have witnesses. So there's nothing really to ask about or cross-examine on in terms of the position that the City of Baltimore would take. And there is a single issue that the city has raised. We consider that issue to be very important. The issue is water quality, and Cardinal Energy Storage will be addressing that issue in this case in response to other parties that have raised this very issue. So for these reasons, we do urge that the City of Baltimore participate, but do so as an interested person, not as an intervening party. Thank you.
Any other thoughts before I rule? Ordinarily, I would agree with that, but in this circumstance, I'm going to allow the city to intervene. They're the largest municipality in our state, and I'm willing to make an exception in this instance. It's my hope that this does not become a precedent that others will use, but in this instance, I'll allow it. Any other thoughts before? Let me also say I forgot to mention that in cross-examination, this is the order in which we're going to proceed. Customized Energy Solutions, RWE Supply, Cardinal Energy Storage, Rev Renewables, Harford County, MEA, OPC, and staff, and I suppose also Sierra Club. So Unless there is
Did you
nothing,
miss Chalk Point? I'm sorry, I didn't hear Chalk Point in there.
no, you didn't, did you? I think Chalk Point will be after Rev Renewables then, before Harvard County. Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, can you repeat that?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I was getting my pen out.
Nope, that's all right. Customized Energy Solutions, RWE Supply, Cardinal Energy Storage, Rev Renewables, Chalk Point, Harford County, MEA, OPC, Sierra Club, and then staff.
Thank you.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
in the discussions, again, Carville Collins for Cardinal Energy Storage, in the discussions that we had with staff, we had indicated that our witness, Mr. Keith Latham, is not available today, is available the rest of the week, and therefore had asked that he be on for Wednesday rather than today, Tuesday. In your proposed list order, I think I heard you suggest Cardinal would be third.
Yes.
And that might mean today, and he is not available today, but will be available first thing tomorrow and all day tomorrow.
Well, if that's okay, if he's not available today, then I'll alter the order. I want to be accommodating.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Anything else? Alrighty then. Power Advisory.
Thank you, Commissioners. Colin Glenn on behalf of Power Advisory. I'm going to be calling two witnesses today. They are John Dalton, who is to my right, and Utsav Adhikari with Power Advisory and Customized Energy Solutions. First, I'd like to call John Dalton. Please sit down and be sworn.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the testimony that you're about to give?
I do.
Please state your first and last name.
Sure. John Dalton, Dalton.
And could you provide your business address?
22 Devon Street, Concord, Massachusetts, 01742.
Thank you.
Mr. Dalton, what is your current place of business?
Power Advisory, LLC, or Power Advisory.
I'm going to be offering you, showing you two documents right now, if I may approach. You could please take a moment and review those documents, noting that one has the affixation of confidential at the top and the other does not. And when you're ready, let me know.
I've reviewed these documents.
Do you recognize these documents, sir?
Yes, I do.
What are these documents?
These are what's referred to as the evaluation report, which was filed with the Commission on June 1st. And in these reports, we summarize our evaluation of the 5 applications that were filed by applicants on March 2nd.
Did you prepare this, or was it prepared under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was prepared under my direct supervision.
Do you have any additions, deletions, or corrections that you would like to make at this time to these documents?
There is one correction I would like to make. In preparing for the testimony today, I noticed that there was an error. There was, in one of the summary tables, the value for site control for the Rev Renewables Jade Meadow 3 project didn't comport with the value that was in the body of the text. So you'll see on page 97 of the text, and I'll go there. at the bottom of the page, the second to last line, the site control score is identified as 2.55. That's the correct score. In table C-2 on page 117, that is identified as 2.25. So there is a 0.3% difference in the score here. This also affects tables C-1 and C-3. C-2 was the table which reflected a 70-30 price non-price weighting. Table C-1 reflected a 60-40 price non-price weighting, and C-3 reflected an 80-20 non-price weighting. So the numbers in those tables would change such that on table C-1, for Rev Renewables, Jade Meadow 3, site control, that number should be 3.4, not 3. In table C-2, the number, once again, for site control for Jade Meadow 3 should be 2.55, and the number in table C-3 for Jade Meadow should be 1.7, not 1.5. We will prepare a red line version of the report and share that with the Commission and the parties shortly. That's the one change I would like to make to the report at this time.
Thank you. So with the Commission's permission, we will file a red-lined copy of this. May I make the correction?
Could you just bring the microphone a little bit closer to you?
Thank you. Yes. I request that this document and its confidential copy, both of which Mr. Dalton has, be entered into the record as exhibits for Power Advisory Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 1C.
So marked and admitted.
Thank you. I've already worked this out with the court reporter. I'd now like to show you another document, Mr. Dalton. If you take a moment to look at that.
Turn my render off.
I've reviewed it.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the rebuttal testimony we submitted, and it essentially rebuts some of the testimony of the parties.
Did you prepare this, or was it prepared under your direct supervision?
Yes, I prepared it.
Do you have any additions, deletions, or corrections that you'd like to make at this time to this document?
I do not.
Do you adopt this testimony as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
And I request that this testimony be marked as Power Advisory Exhibit 2.
So marked and admitted.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time. He is available for cross-examination.
All right. We'll begin then with customized energy solutions. No questions? Okay. RWE Supply.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any cross-examination questions for Mr. Dalton, but I would like to enter Mr. Dalton's response to an RWE data request into the record, if that would be okay.
Is it? Yeah, I suppose that's fine, yeah.
Okay. It was the one and only data request RWE served in this case, and I'll distribute copies of it. The parties were already served with it. It's the one and only one.
Okay.
Yep.
You can approach.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be very brief. Just real quick, if I could have this data request marked as RWE Exhibit 2.
So marked and admitted.
Mr. Dalton, do you see the document I just handed to you?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me what it's it's your response to a data request served by RWE in this case, and your response includes a cover email, and it was dated July 14th, 2026,
That's correct.
and it's followed by your actual response. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do. That's something I drafted.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if there's no objection, I'd just like to ask that RWE Exhibit 2, which is Power Advisory's response to RWE Data Request Number 1, be moved into the record.
So admitted.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Cardinal Energy?
Cardinal Energy has no cross for Mr. Dalton. Thank you.
Okay. Rev Renewables?
No cross for renewables, Your Honor.
Okay. And then Chalk Point?
No cross, Your Honor.
Okay. Harford County? Okay. MEA? Anybody here from MEA? Okay. OPC?
Good morning, Mr. Dalton.
Good morning.
On page 6 of your testimony, on lines 4 through 6, you state that you are concerned there was no notice provided in the RFA that the commercial deal offered by an applicant would be negotiated.
Yes, I see that.
Are you aware that Public Utilities Article 7-1227A provides that for any proposal selected under this part, the Commission may adopt conditions for the construction and operation of facilities included in the proposal, and that the part it's referring to is the transmission-connected energy storage competitive procurement?
I'm generally familiar with that. I guess I would make a point of distinction here is I feel like adding a condition is quite different than asking someone to revise their price or to change how risk is allocated around the effective load carrying capability.
On page 6 of your testimony, you state that your concerns with regard to accepting the proposed changes offered by OPC's witness, Mr. Freeman, include that the proposed changes would dramatically increase the perceived risks of participating in round 2, in the round 2 solicitation. Is that correct?
Yes, I see that.
Mr. Freeman's proposed changes would shift at least some financial risk from Maryland customers to the project developer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
For example, if the benefits produced by a project are lower than projected, his recommendations would reduce the amount of that risk borne exclusively by customers. Is that correct?
That's right. I think he was speaking in particular with respect to the effective load carrying capability, or ELCC, and he essentially proposed a floor. And beneath that floor, his recommendation was that the storage developer bear that risk and that the customers be held harmless.
Your concern is that shifting additional risk to the developer could cause the developer to demand a higher price or decline to participate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you agree that a goal of the transmission-connected storage procurement established by Maryland law is to secure affordable electric service for Maryland residents?
Yes, and that's in part why I was worried about a potential price increase. I was worried that essentially if this risk was borne by the battery storage developer, their effective price would increase. And in addition, I'm concerned that the allocation of risk here, where if developers are asked to bear this risk, might at the end of the day be inefficient, and that it's effectively more costly for energy storage developers to bear this risk than it would be for customers to bear this risk.
On page 6, lines 9 through 12 of your testimony, you state that accepting Mr. Freeman's proposed changes would likely cause applicants to not provide their best possible offer in the applications they submit because they would need to hold back something for subsequent negotiations or commercial terms proposed by the Commission or OPC. Is that correct? Or do you see that?
That's correct. I mean, what I'm getting at here is a procurement framework where it's not a sealed bid, where the expectation is that parties are going to submit their price proposal, and then they're going to be subject to negotiations. And if they're expecting to be subject to negotiations, they're going to very likely need to hold something back so that when the party who's requesting them to to reduce their offer price, that they're able to do so. And my view is that can lead to inefficient outcomes.
Do you agree that the Commission is responsible for deciding whether to select any of the proposals submitted through the solicitation?
Most definitely. I am offering advice here as an expert, someone who's been involved in 40 plus different procurements, and just was offering my advice in terms of what would be the most efficient way to structure the procurement.
Are you aware that the statute permits the Commission to end the solicitation without selecting a proposal if it determines that none of the proposals adequately supports the statutory goals?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And do you agree that those statutory goals include securing affordable and reliable electric service for Maryland residents?
Most definitely. And that's my point in terms of the affordability once again and reliability question. I feel like it's important to be clear up front regarding what are the risks that proponents or applicants are going to bear, and if there's a two-stage process where parties are submitting a sealed bid, and then there's an expectation that they're then going to potentially have to negotiate a price reduction after they submit that sealed price bid, they have to make a decision in terms of what are they going to hold back so that they can participate in this subsequent negotiation. And it would be up to the Commission or whoever is negotiating with developers to make sure that through that negotiation that they capture all of that holdback. And if not, then customers won't be as well served as just having a single sealed price bid.
Your testimony does not contend that the Commission must select a project that it determines would not adequately support affordable and reliable electric service, does it?
It does not.
If the Commission determines that a proposal presents unacceptable financial risk on its submitted terms, one option available to the Commission is to reject that proposal, correct?
That's right.
And rejecting one proposal would not require the Commission to select another proposal that also presents unacceptable financial risks, correct?
No, I would expect that the Commission would evaluate each proposal or application based on its own merits and the risks and rewards that application or proposal presents.
On page 6 of your testimony, lines 7 through 19, you state that if RWE is unwilling to accept these changes, then the Commission will ultimately secure no energy storage capacity in the solicitation and will have made no progress with respect to the energy storage procurement goal outlined in the NGEA, the Next Generation Energy Act. And again, those changes referred to are those recommended by OPC's witness, Mr. Freeman. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I was basically under the assumption that, as Mr. Freeman proposed, that there would be only one project in the award group, and that if RWE elected to not move forward with its proposal because of the conditions proposed by Mr. Freeman, then effectively the Commission would have no energy storage applications with which to satisfy the objectives of the NGEA.
So your statement assumes that no other applicant could be selected on terms acceptable to the commission?
Well, my statement doesn't assume that. It basically it followed the direction provided by Mr. Freeman, who suggested that only the RWE fourth quarter project, that the commission should only be moving forward with them.
Did you evaluate whether any applicant would accept different terms?
It is impossible for me to evaluate whether an applicant could accept those terms. I mean, that is ultimately a decision that would have to be made by the applicant. And I'm not in a position to kind of evaluate their economics or assess their risk appetite.
So is it correct then that RWE can speak only for its willingness to accept modified terms?
Most definitely. I was just offering a word of caution.
The possibility that RWE might reject modified terms does not require the Commission to approve RWE's proposal on the terms RWE submitted. Is that correct?
That's correct. Once again, it was just a caution on my part.
The statutory goal of procuring energy storage does not require the Commission to disregard the separate goal of securing affordable and reliable electric service for Maryland residents. Is that correct?
No, I would assume that the commission would evaluate those goals on a whole.
Moving into the competitive solicitation itself, is it correct that the applicants knew that they were competing against each other, against other proposed projects when they prepared their offers?
Most definitely. I think that is really the core element in terms of this whole procurement process was, we have a competition, and through that competition, one can assume that applicants offered their best possible price, and by doing so, they would maximize their likelihood of having an opportunity to secure an offtake obligation.
So an applicant proposing a higher price or less favorable commercial terms risked receiving a lower evaluation score or not being selected. Is that correct?
Exactly. That's the whole competitive tension in the process.
That competitive tension or those pressures created an incentive for applicants to submit favorable terms. Is that correct?
Yes.
You have not identified any applicant that has stated it intentionally withheld its best offer in the solicitation, have you?
No.
Moving into the benefit cost ratios portion of your testimony. On page 7, lines 8 through 10 of your testimony, you state that OPC witness Miss Lee asserted that the qualitative evaluation should only be applied to projects that are able to demonstrate a benefit cost ratio at or close to 1.0 or greater, and you indicated that you disagree with that statement. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, what is being proposed here is essentially that there be a threshold, and that you have to satisfy this 1.0 benefit cost ratio threshold to be subject to a qualitative evaluation. I feel like, as indicated later in my testimony, that doesn't reflect the fact that the Commission is free to consider other values that go outside the benefit cost ratio, and those should be considered when assessing whether an application is viewed as cost effective.
Is it correct that a benefit cost ratio below 1.0 means that the quantified costs of the project exceed its quantified benefits?
That's right.
And so a benefit cost ratio of 0.5 means that the project's quantified costs are twice its quantified benefits. Is that correct?
Yes.
And a benefit cost ratio of 0.25 means that the project's quantified costs are 4 times its quantified benefits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any benefit cost ratio so low that, in your opinion, qualified considerations could not reasonably justify selecting the project?
It's ultimately up to the commission in terms of which projects to select. What the 3 projects that we identified as we thought as a plausible award group, all of which had benefit cost ratios that exceeded 1. So I didn't need to make such a determination. I think it's conceivable that in round 2, if the commission were to receive 10, 12, 15 applications, the importance of the benefit cost ratio would be much reduced. Essentially, when you have that many parties that are participating in a competitive solicitation, I think one can rely on the competitive tension in the process to make sure you're getting the best deal. The benefit cost ratio is all predicated on assumptions regarding what's the value of the benefits that the project provides over a 15 or 20-year term, depending on the tenor of the agreement. So that's an analyst's judgment as to what's the benefit. If you've got 15 proposals and the top 5 offer the best economics, and maybe the 3rd and 4th and 5th proposals all had benefit cost ratios that were less than 1.0, I think it's conceivable that the commission would be able to say, based on the fact that there are 15 proposals received, we think that these 5 proposals are the best priced projects and represent the best value for Maryland customers. And under those conditions, I think they could be deemed to be cost effective.
Your testimony does not identify any minimum benefit cost ratio that a project should be required to satisfy. Is that correct?
It does not.
You're familiar, obviously, with Power Advisory's evaluation report of the applicant projects, correct? I believe you said you.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that page 112 of the evaluation report explains that the quantitative scores are the critical determinant of project rankings?
Yes, that's very true. I mean, some work that I've done subsequent to the filing of this report suggested that if we had changed, the qualitative scores for the 2 applicants that weren't in this so-called proposed award group, that if they were to maximize their qualitative scores, they still would have been ranked below the lowest scoring of the other 3 proposals. So that to me suggests that the quantitative evaluation really drives the outcomes in terms of proposal ranking.
Therefore, the quantitative benefit cost results are not merely incidental to the evaluation of the projects. Is that correct?
No, they're critical.
Just moving on to the capacity price impact portion of your testimony. On page 8, lines 4 through 8 of your testimony, you state that a cost-benefit analysis is only meaningful if the cost of electricity supply shortfalls is fully considered in the BCA, while CES's cost-benefit analysis sought to consider this benefit produced by additional energy storage. Quantifying this benefit is inherently difficult, uncertain, and to some degree may require a measure of judgment. And when you say that CES's benefit analysis sought to consider this benefit, do you mean through the capacity price impact?
Not through the capacity price impact. It would have been through the reliability benefit.
And the reliability benefit was separately quantified in the CES analysis?
Yes, we're bordering on areas where CES is, Mr. Adhikari would be best able to answer these questions.
On page 11 of your testimony, you state that the projects participating in this first round are likely to be the most advanced in terms of project development and capable of achieving the earliest CODs or commercial operation dates. Given that a requirement in the RFA was that the projects must be in PJM's fast lane transition cycle 1 or in transition cycle 2 interconnection agreement processes or have received or be in the process of attaining surplus interconnection service from PJM, are you implying that the deadline for meeting PJM's fast lane transition cycle 1 or transition cycle 2 interconnection processes have already passed?
I didn't mean to imply that. It was just more that there was a threshold which some projects weren't able to achieve because of where they stood in terms of the interconnection process and the importance of interconnection processes in terms of establishing where projects are in their overall development cycle.
Your statement is that the projects participating in this round are likely to be the most advanced, correct?
Yes.
You're not saying that no other storage project could subsequently obtain an eligible interconnection position, are you?
Oh, no. No, it's just, it was a judgment on my part that because we had this rather stringent requirement in terms of where they are with respect to the interconnection process, that we probably have among the more advanced energy storage projects that are available.
A project could still have opportunities through receiving surplus interconnection service, correct?
Most definitely.
Maryland law also contemplates an additional transmission-connected storage procurement solicitation, correct?
Are you talking about round 2?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
So therefore, rejecting a proposal in this round would not necessarily mean that the Commission can never procure the corresponding amount of storage capacity through a later project, correct?
No, but by no means.
That's no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Sierra Club.
No questions,
Okay, staff.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Redirect.
I have no redirect on this witness, thank you.
All right. We'll go to the commission. We'll do it in this order. We'll start with McLean, Linton, Suchman, Hoover, and then the chair last. So, okay. Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, good morning, Mr. Dalton.
Good morning.
I'm looking at page 11 of the, caught me a little early here, hold on a second. Page 11 of your report filed on June 1st. Specifically focused on the non-qualitative benefits. And you identified 3 bullet points here as part of your report. You noted that these were not necessarily incorporated, but the commission could also consider these. Do you have any advice on the way the commission should give to these types of proposed benefits?
It's a difficult question.
Yes.
And as a consultant, I'm typically asked to answer difficult questions. But as I sit here today, one of the reasons why we weren't able to put a economic value on them is, and one thing we did do in the on the qualitative assessment, there was an assessment of system benefits, and as part of the system benefits, there were three considerations. One of which was essentially the renewable energy value of the energy storage project, and essentially what it looked at was, can this energy storage project, based on where it's located, can it potentially enable additional renewable energy projects in Maryland? So we put a score on that based on the information that applicants provided, and so we think that is the score is rather modest. It's not going to necessarily drive the outcome of the relative rank of proposals, but if the commission felt that this was something that was particularly important, then we've given our assessment of how each of the applications compare relative to that evaluation consideration. So that would be something that the commission could look at and could use our report to help them kind of gauge how the applications perform with respect to that one element. In terms of frequency, regulation, and reserves, similarly, ancillary services was a similar system benefit. So there's similar guidance that we provide in the qualitative assessment, which could be used in the same way. In terms of the local economic development tax revenue, that's a difficult one because my view, and this is my view, is that you want a commitment from parties that they are going to do this if you're going to give them any weight in the evaluation process. You want a binding commitment such that if they don't satisfy the commitment they make, that there's some penalty to them. So if someone were to say, we're going to offer $10 million for a jobs training program, and we're going to use, this is going to be available to the local community, what are the consequences if they fail to deliver on that? If there's no way to penalize them, to cause them, if they don't make that, they don't achieve that $10 million commitment, to require some form of financial penalty, then I think it's, in my view, it's difficult to put too much weight on that in your evaluation of proposals. So that's a 3-minute, 4-minute, 5-minute response to your question.
No, I appreciate it. I was curious as what your thoughts were about the weight we should give for those benefits, and I'm wondering if you had a similar approach for potential detriments that might help us to decide, for example, if there's a project that's on the line from our perspective. Are there any detriments that might flow in the same way but on the opposite direction?
And are you talking about with respect to these three different elements identified?
Well, these three, or if there are other ones that maybe you didn't list here.
I think where there were detriments and they were captured in our evaluation criteria, we reflected that in our scoring of proposals.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Suchman.
Good morning, Mr. Dalton.
Good morning.
So I'm going to actually go back to this June 1st report as well. And you referenced the system benefits, which are mentioned on page 7 of the report. So first is ancillary service benefits. And so what specific benefits did you look at in terms of ancillary services?
Essentially, it was the ability of the project to participate in these ancillary service markets, and the most obvious markets would be regulation or reserves. And we looked at the information that was provided by the applicants and assessed whether there was anything unique to that application, which suggested that it would be better positioned to provide those services.
Okay, and in looking at that, did you look specifically in Maryland and to the extent that Maryland has issues around having adequate ancillary services available here?
No, I think that would be something that would be appropriately considered in the weight that's given that evaluation criteria. If you look in terms of the summary table, table C-1, 2, and 3 in the appendix, you'll see that for ancillary services, we didn't score any of the applications differently. We didn't feel like there was an adequate basis upon which to differentiate among the applicants.
Okay.
Essentially, these are all battery energy storage projects that have similar capabilities, software, technical capabilities to provide these ancillary services.
Right, but I'm actually asking about need. So did you look to see the need in Maryland for providing ancillary services?
We did not.
Okay, so you don't know if there's, if there's no need, then there's no value. Is that correct?
If there's no need, no, but there would be value in terms of it's a market, and anyone who can provide this service, there would be a benefit to customers in terms of a price reduction if there were additional people participating in the market. So
right, but when you're talking about market, you're talking about a PJM market, and I'm asking if there was an identified concern within Maryland about having sufficient ancillary service opportunities or availabilities. You didn't look to Maryland specifically.
we did not.
Okay. So you also have avoided or deferred transmission investment. So again, did you look to identified constraints within Maryland now? Because we know, for example, that we have high capacity prices in part because we have specific transmission challenges. So when you were looking at the proposals that came in, did you look to the constraints that are existing and whether these projects could help to address those constraints so that we can avoid having to build out more transmission?
We very much did, and this was an area where we indicated in the request for applications that we asked the applicants, the prospective applicants, to provide information in terms of the degree to which their proposed project would be able to alleviate constraints, and we got some useful information from applicants to the degree to which they would impact transmission.
Okay, so they were actually able to point to how their projects would be able to address those constraints.
Yes.
Okay, and then so consequently would help to bring down capacity prices.
It's unclear in terms of whether it would reduce capacity prices by alleviating the constraint. The analysis that CES performed, Customized Energy Solutions performed, it did look at the reduction in capacity price associated with the additional capacity that these projects would offer.
So they did take that one step further, and for the projects that we're looking at, you have identified for each project how that project will help to alleviate the constraint and consequently help to lower capacity prices.
Well, I guess I wouldn't say consequently, because what we did was we assessed the degree to which the information provided by the applicant would help to alleviate the constraint. We did not look in terms of, with that constraint reduced, what's going to be the implications in terms of capacity prices.
Okay, and you didn't look at it because that wasn't something we asked for, or?
That's a very difficult analysis to do,
Okay.
and I feel like my colleague from CES might be able to give you a better answer than I can.
Okay. And then did you look at, so we have a reliance now on certain reliability must-run facilities. Did you look to how these projects could help to reduce our reliance on those?
We considered that in a general term, in terms of requesting information from applicants regarding that. But as I sit here today, in terms of the specifics, I can't give you the answer that I would like to be able to. I'd be happy to kind of dig deeper and
Okay.
respond in writing.
I mean, I'm assuming it's the same kind of issue around lowering capacity prices. I mean, you can address the constraints, but how much is that going to help us to rely less on RMRs, and also bring down capacity prices as well?
It's a difficult question, recognizing that these projects offer 4, or in the case of Cardinal, 6 hours of storage duration. So
Okay.
it's very difficult for a 4-hour project, a little
Okay.
less difficult for a 6-hour project to really eliminate the need for a reliability must-run project.
Okay, so in each of the situations of the projects, did you saw transmission benefits in deploying these storage facilities? Did you see any concern around potential increases in constraints when those batteries are called upon? So in other words, are we going to run it into a situation where we're creating an additional problem that we didn't anticipate, but it could be there because you're calling on batteries during a time of high usage?
Well, typically when batteries would operate, when they would be deployed, is during peak demand periods.
Right.
So
So
it's likely that they're not going to be exacerbating any constraints there, that they're going to be alleviating constraints.
well, except that if you're selling into the PJM market, crossing over constrained lines, are you creating a new constraint, or the potential for a new constraint?
I think that recognizing that Maryland is a net importer, I think that could become an issue if the projects were located outside of Maryland. And but I think because the constraints in Maryland, my understanding is, are most likely to be during peak periods when Maryland is importing larger amounts of power, that the operation of these projects would alleviate the constraints.
Right, because it would be serving Maryland customers. Okay. Were any of the projects proposed to specifically address a Maryland-specific problem? Do you know?
I mean, at the highest level, yes, right? I think a problem that Maryland has is, and I'm not an expert in terms of Maryland, but reliability. I think that was one of my understanding is that's one of the genesis of the Next Generation Energy Act, was a concern by the legislature in terms of overall system reliability, and these projects are very much predicated in terms of
Right,
helping.
but none of the projects. I mean, I went through the proposals. I didn't see any projects specifically say, we're here to address the constraints for in transmission coming into the Baltimore region. And so our project's going to help to alleviate constraints and bring down capacity prices. There wasn't anything coming in terms of that.
They're in our report in terms of the system benefits section where we talk about the transmission avoidance and deferral. There is discussion in terms of project-specific impacts, and there was, different proposals had a fair degree of detail in terms of how they would impact specific interfaces or constraints.
Okay. So under the Next Generation Energy Act, these projects are going to be getting these energy storage capacity credits. So that's going to be money coming out of ratepayer pockets, at least in the beginning, to these projects. So there is a potential impact on ratepayers if these projects don't deliver. Is that correct?
Most definitely.
Okay, and that comes out in the BCA. When you're doing the benefit cost analysis, you're looking at the potential impact. I mean, if you've got a negative BCA, that would raise some concerns about the impact to ratepayers for these projects. So what we could end up seeing a situation where ratepayers are taking on additional risk and are actually paying out more than they're seeing in terms of benefits. Is that correct?
Yes, I think a benefit cost ratio that's less than 1 suggests that over the life of the 15-year term that we did for the analysis, which was the period over which projects were viewed as most cost effective to customers, then by definition the costs are less than the benefits. And the benefit, and here again my colleague at CES can speak to this probably more eloquently than I, the benefit cost analysis took a broader view in terms of benefits than the net price, which is what we use to score proposals. So there were some benefits there that don't necessarily flow directly to customers and won't necessarily have a bill impact.
Okay, but could have sort of broader system benefits that a customer will then see later.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any way that we as a commission can insulate ratepayers so that they're not running a risk, or is the proposal sort of inherently, there's always going to be a risk, and that we won't be in a position to absolutely protect ratepayers?
You can definitely insulate ratepayers from some of these risks.
Okay, and how would we do that?
Some of the proposals that OPC offered should be considered in terms of round 2. I think it's important from my perspective that when parties are submitting their price proposals, that they understand the risks that they're going to bear. But I think that it is important that if they're not going to perform, that they're not compensated. And there are some protections in the framework, and my colleague from CES will probably be able to better speak to those.
Okay, but what can we do for round 1? Is it too late to put in place some additional ratepayer protections?
I think it becomes difficult when you change the commercial bargain at this point in the process, when you've asked people to commit to a price.
Okay.
That's my whole hesitation with respect to some of the proposals that Mr. Freeman's offered. I think that Commission staff will probably have a better understanding regarding what applicants would have understood on March 2nd when they were submitting their applications in terms of what was the underlying risk profile of their application. And so I think it'd be useful to reflect upon that.
Okay, thank you. And then this ESCC approach, has any state used this or something like this to support storage or storage development? Or are we the first?
My understanding is you're the first. I mean, typically it's more of a contract, a commercial agreement between an off-taker. That's
And not involving the state?
not involving the state.
Okay, so is there any other state that has done, maybe not an ESCC approach, but has done anything that would put the ratepayer at risk? Or are we the first?
Just because other states have not employed an ESCC approach doesn't mean that there aren't risks that are borne by ratepayers. I think that even under those constructs, there are, in some instances, risks that are borne by ratepayers.
Well, but I'm talking about direct risks.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always, you don't sort of do enough stuff, then rates are going to go up, and that's a ratepayer risk. But in terms of sort of monies laid out, is any other state doing this? It's just, I think it's just important for us to know.
Well,
if-
I think
if
he
we're the
said no.
first.
I think
So-
he said we're the first.
So we are the first.
Right. That's what I think he said.
Yeah, I think that is, as I sit here today, based on my experience in terms of these procurements, but I haven't done an exhaustive review of energy storage procurements nationwide.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Hoover.
So this commission's had some experience in evaluating storage projects based on previous legislation. And a BCA of 1 has kind of been the standard we look for. Is it your opinion in this process that we should not consider a project that doesn't have a BCA of above 1 or above?
Concerned that there might have been too many negatives in there. So, my view is, it takes a couple dimensions. So, in terms of the specific circumstances that we have, where there are 5 proposals, I think that the 5 proposals of the 3, which had positive benefit cost ratios, as I indicated, right, a benefit cost ratio is calculated based on a projection of the future value that the project is going to deliver, looking at a wide range of different considerations that are all outlined in our report. And the analysis that CES performed suggested that there were 3 proposals that had positive benefit cost ratio under reasonable assumptions. And with 5 applications, I thought that that was why in our report we kind of suggested that the top 3 applicants looked like they offered 835 megawatts, roughly close to the procurement target. I thought that represented a reasonable group of projects, and that therefore a benefit cost ratio of 1.0 or greater is appropriate and reasonable. I gave a rather long-winded answer earlier, talking about how, if in circumstances where in round 2, if the commission were to have many applications to review, that from my perspective, the importance of benefit cost analysis, while it's stipulated in the Act, I believe, is reduced, because you can rely on the competition itself to establish which proposals are most cost effective and offer value to customers.
Okay, so in earlier discussion, I forget who you had it with, you talked about the concept of us potentially adding penalties if a project is selected but eventually doesn't come through. And I guess I'm familiar with states in their economic development activities, when they offer a company incentives to locate a facility in the state with X number of jobs and things like that, that they try to impose a penalty if that doesn't happen. I guess what I'm not as familiar with is the effectiveness of those penalties. So I guess the question I have is, how would we go about trying to impose that through our process, since we're not handing a check, but we're actually offering a sort of a different incentive?
So what other states do, Massachusetts, a state that's a client, what they do is they enter into a memorandum of agreement, or memorandum of understanding, actually, with the applicant. And if the applicant is, as part of the qualitative evaluation, is deemed to be offering economic benefits to the state, and they're going to receive a higher score for that, then as part of the memorandum of understanding, the applicant would commit to that. And what would happen was there would be effectively an audit, and at the end of the day, if in the example I think I gave was $10 million worth of job training, if at the end of the day it turned out that the applicant only spent $7 million in terms of job training, that there would be the ability to kind of assess a penalty of $3 million. So that's one way of making sure that that the commitments which are made in applications and which are considered in terms of how proposals are scored and ranked, that there's some teeth to them, that such that those benefits are ultimately delivered.
Okay, all right.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner McLean.
Good morning, sir. I just had a quick question, follow-up to Commissioner Hoover, who was asking about the benefit cost analysis and the 1.0 or higher. Does the fact that one of the projects withdrew from consideration impact your analysis at all?
No, obviously it impacts the commission's decision.
Sure, right.
In terms of, I think our analysis stands. One thing we didn't do was, in our rebuttal testimony, make a recommendation as to what the commission should do with the loss of that one project.
So number 4 shouldn't just necessarily jump up into the third slot.
Well, I think that my understanding is number 4 is a 500 megawatt project.
Or 5, or
Yes.
whatever matters, but,
Yeah.
okay.
No, I guess it's a 400 megawatt project, but, excuse me, 40 megawatt project. Yeah, conceivably. I mean, there is information regarding the respective costs of these resources, and I think it's a policy decision for the commitment in terms of the degree to which the price premium associated with this project warrants getting an additional 40 megawatts and addressing any underlying reliability concerns.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just want to clarify one thing quickly. From what I believe I heard you say is that a BCA of greater than 1 is ideal, but in the next round, it's not your position that a BCA of less than 1 should be an automatic disqualifier.
That's right.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought you said. Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions. It is 11:28. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 11:40 and we'll get back to the next witness at 11:40. Okay, it is 11:40. Let's resume, and the next witness would be Ustav Adhikari with Customized Energy Solutions.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and the testimony that you're about to give? Could you please state and spell your first and last name?
Utsav Adhikari, Udsav-Adhikari.
And could you provide your business address?
1528 Walnut Street, 22nd floor, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Colin Glenn on behalf of the Public Service Commission. With the Commission's permission, I would like to approach the witness.
Yes.
Mr. Adhikari, I've given you two documents. Do you recognize those two documents, noting that one says public at the top and the other says confidential at the top?
Yes, I do.
What are these documents?
These are rebuttal. This is the confidential document is the rebuttal testimony I filed in response to comments from the parties after the evaluation report was released. The public version redacts some confidential information regarding the
Could you just
applicants.
pull the microphone a little closer to yourself? Thank you.
Yes.
Do you need him to repeat the answer?
No, thank you.
Did you prepare these documents, or were they prepared under your direct supervision?
I prepared these documents.
Do you have any additions, deletions, or corrections that you would like to make to these documents at this time?
I do not.
Do you adopt the testimony contained in these documents as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
I do, yes.
Mr. Chair, I request that these documents be entered into the record as Customized Energy Solutions Exhibits 1 and 1C.
So marked and without objection, so admitted.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness. They are available for cross-examination.
Okay, RWE Supply.
We have no cross for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Cardinal Energy Storage.
Mr. Chairman, we have no cross for this witness. Thank you.
Okay. Rev Renewables.
Mr. Chairman, we also have no cross for this witness.
Okay. Chalk Point.
No cross for this witness.
Okay. Harford County. MEA. OPC.
Good morning, Mr. Adhikari. Are you familiar with Power Advisory CES's evaluation report filed on June 1st, 2026?
Yes, I am.
Did you have a role in preparing this report?
Yes, I prepared Section 3, Section 5.1, Section 6.1, Section 7.1, 8.1, 9.1, and Section 10.
Section 10 provides the quantitative analysis results with respect to the various projects. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And within Section 10, on page 109, it explains that the capacity price impact is a significant portion of the benefits calculated by Power Advisory and CES for each project in its report. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Together with the deemed capacity revenues, they combine to be a large portion of the benefits.
But the capacity price impact in itself is also a significant portion. Is that correct?
Yes, it is significant.
Okay. And the same paragraph on page 109 explains, and I'm paraphrasing, that the BCA results carry certain risks risks stemming from the capacity price impact. Is that correct?
It specifies the BCA results have risks stemming from the capacity price forecasts. The price impacts are a derivative of the capacity price forecasts.
Okay. The benefit cost results depend materially on the assumed capacity price impact. Is that correct?
The benefit cost ratios and results depend materially on the capacity price forecasts and in general other variables that pertain to capacity market revenues that projects are able to realize. The capacity price impact is a derivative, but it is part of the overall capacity market model and analysis. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is if I can step back and explain the capacity price impact looks at what the capacity market price looks at a forecast of capacity market prices in a business as usual case where there is no procurement of storage projects by at Maryland and a reference resource case with storage procured through this procurement. So the price impact looks at the difference in forecasts between two different forecasts and not necessarily it's not an independent forecast in itself.
On page 9 of your testimony, you state that capacity price forecasts are particularly sensitive to market design changes, many of which are under active consideration. Capacity price forecasts are sensitive to assumptions regarding future market conditions and market design changes, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And does the fact that market design changes are currently under active consideration indicate that there is a reasonable possibility that market design changes may occur in the near future? In the near future?
I cannot comment on how likely the market design changes proposed are likely to be, or when they're likely to take into effect. PJM capacity markets have been subject to a lot of discussions about design changes for the last almost 10 years now. Most of the proposed design changes have not gone into effect, but it is reasonable that any market design change that does get implemented would have a degree of stakeholder support and buy-in behind it.
But you agree that market design changes don't occur without them being under consideration first, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you agree that reasonable analysts could use different assumptions and arrive at materially different estimates of the capacity price impact?
Yes.
On page 109 of Power Advisory's evaluation report, it states that capacity price forecasts are highly sensitive to ongoing capacity market design changes. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Um, if the capacity, if actual capacity price impact is lower than Power Advisory and CES projected, the project's actual benefits will also be lower. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you agree that the sensitivities with regard to assumptions and design changes introduce risks that with regard to forecasting capacity price impact?
Could you clarify? Are you asking about risk tied to potential market design changes?
Risks that the forecasting could be wrong.
Any forecasts that look out, 15, 20 years will have a lot of things that are likely to be wrong. The forecasts are based on reasonable judgment of the underlying drivers as they are currently known. So we are generally in the industry, and particularly in my case and in the case of CES, we do not make judgments about potential future market design changes as a base case. So if there is a particular market design change that is under consideration, we may conduct a sensitivity case for a forecast for that specific design change. But there is a number of variables that could change between over the 15 or 20 year forecast horizon.
Do you agree that the main risk with regard to capacity price impact is that it ends up being lower than expected?
If there are the capacity price impact is based on a difference between forecasted capacity prices. So if the capacity price impact is lower, that means the capacity price in the scenario with the 800 megawatts of storage procured under this solicitation does not materially impact capacity prices. For that to happen, it is most likely to happen in a scenario where capacity prices are very, very high and clearing at or close to the cap of the PJM capacity market. So the most recently conducted auction was conducted with a price collar. Because of the price collar, introducing 800 megawatts of resources would not change the price, because the collar would be in effect anyway. But based on the sensitivity or scenario analysis released by PJM, even if there had been no price collar in place, the market would have cleared at the cap of approximately $550 per megawatt day. And so adding additional capacity may not necessarily reduce the capacity market price from the cap. So the capacity market, the risk that you are bringing up in terms of capacity price impact specifically, that risk is likely to be realized in a scenario where most likely in a scenario where capacity prices are very, very high and very elevated.
But you do agree that that capacity price impact could be lower than expected?
It could be, but if the capacity price is at the cap, beyond what CES forecasts in the reference resource cases, that benefits the project would then earn higher revenues in the capacity market, and that would flow through to ratepayers in the form of deemed capacity revenues. So there is an offset if you have capacity market conditions that are elevated to that extent.
So are you suggesting that the likelihood of the capacity price impact being lower than projected is equal to the likelihood of the capacity price impact being higher than projected?
I have not assessed the probabilities of the different outcomes. The base case assumption that, or the forecast we derived are sort of the median, or the mean of our expected scenarios. What I'm saying is the risk of capacity price impact being lower than forecasted in the quantitative evaluation is likely to happen in a scenario where the deemed capacity revenues are actually higher than forecasted.
But you do ultimately agree that there is a risk associated with the capacity price impact being lower than expected.
Yes, I guess together with deemed capacity revenues, the two different capacity market based benefit streams could be lower than forecasted, yes.
Excuse me, when you use the term capacity impact, do you mean capacity benefit?
There's a benefit that's listed in Power Advisory's evaluation report that's called the capacity price impact.
Okay, thank you.
And so between ratepayers and the projects themselves, who bears the risk under the RFP's framework that capacity price impact during the term of any selected project's contract ends up being lower than expected?
In terms of the capacity price impact, it's separately would be risk for ratepayers.
Okay. And using a more conservative capacity price impact assumption would reduce the risk that the project's projected net benefits are overstated. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. As I mentioned earlier, a scenario in which capacity price impact is lower than projected is likely to occur in a price environment where the deemed capacity revenues are higher than projected. So that would offset some of the risk from lower capacity price impact.
And does that scenario that you are discussing regarding the interplay between capacity price impact and deemed capacity revenue, is that described in Power Evaluation's report?
It's described in terms of how the capacity market modeling was conducted and how each benefit stream was calculated. I may not have elaborated on the interplay between the different benefit streams, but they are wholesale markets where you have a certain interrelation between supply, demand, prices.
Would you be able to cite to which pages in the Power Evaluation report most closely describe what you're referring to?
In section 3.5 of the evaluation report describes the capacity market modeling that was carried out, and section 3.7 defines the capacity price impact, deemed capacity revenues, and other benefit streams.
So page 15 of the evaluation report states that deemed capacity revenues are determined by multiplying each applicant's contracted storage capacity, the capacity price, and the projected effective load carrying capability, which is the ELCC rate for that resource class for the delivery year. Is that an accurate statement of how deemed capacity revenue is calculated?
Yes, that's correct.
And deemed capacity revenue provides an offset to ESCC payments customers would otherwise bear. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in the quantitative analysis in section 10 of the evaluation report on page 109 explains that deemed capacity revenues are a significant offset to ESCC payment costs. Do you agree with that conclusion in the evaluation report?
Yes, that's correct.
Therefore, if actual ELCC is lower than projected, deemed capacity revenue will also be lower than projected. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the ESCC payments provided by Maryland customers are fixed annual payments over the 15-year term that are not impacted by ELCC. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And customers therefore bear the risk that ELCC and deemed capacity revenues will be lower than projected. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you agree that generally speaking, ELCC reflects the reliability contribution a resource class provides?
That's correct.
And do you agree that generally speaking, the more storage that is added to PJM's system, i.e. the more abundant it becomes on PJM's system, the lower ELCC rating PJM would assign to storage due to diminishing returns with respect to the reliability contribution that storage provides as a resource class?
All else being equal, yes. But the ELCC rating and general reliability studies that PJM conducts to determine ELCC values, they have you have load, the levels of load as well as the load profiles, weather data, and associated impact on load from extreme weather risks, as well as the operating conditions and parameters of different supply resources that are that exist in PJM at the time. So all else equal, yes, as you add more storage, you would expect to see its incremental reliability benefit decline, and that is reflected in the declining value assigned to ELCC storage for storage projects in our assumptions.
I think I'm about to get into a confidential portion.
Are you done with all of your confidential questions? I'd like to wrap all those up before we toss people out of the door.
Yeah, no, I can finish the non-confidential and circle back.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you agree that the significance of deemed capacity revenue is based in part on current projections of ELCC?
Yes, I agree.
And on page 14, lines 1 to 2 of your testimony, you state that there are some uncertainties with ELCC projections and that this is a highly sensitive input given the structure of the agreement.
Yes.
What do you mean by highly sensitive?
As we've covered, the ELCC rating for a particular year for say a 4-hour storage project determines the deemed capacity revenues that the project would owe for that year. So it is a direct input into determining that that benefit stream.
And so given that deemed capacity revenue is calculated using ELCC as an input, do you agree that ELCC is a highly sensitive input to the calculation of deemed capacity revenue?
Yes, I do. In general, ELCC forecasts are part of the inputs that go into the capacity market modeling. So if deemed capacity, or if the ELCC rating for say 4-hour storage was in, let us say, 2035, 2036 delivery year was lower than forecast, that does mean that the supply stack on that for that particular year is also reduced in terms of the unforced capacity that represents the supply. So you may expect to see some upward pressure on capacity prices for that year, but on balance, a lower ELCC is likely to result in lower deemed capacity revenues, even if there may be some offset from higher capacity prices.
You said a lower ELCC is likely to result in a lower deemed?
Yes.
So there's a circumstance when the ELCC could be lower without the deemed capacity revenue being lower?
Yes. So if if lower ELCC let us say storage, 4-hour storage was assigned. We're currently forecasting to have an ELCC value of 25% for the 2035-36 delivery year. In a scenario where the ELCC rating is say 10%, that means storage projects for that delivery year have a significantly lower capacity value. So the supply curve for the capacity auction it shifts to the left, which means prices would be expected to clear slightly higher. So the interplay, the deemed capacity revenue is a product of the capacity price for that delivery year, the contracted capacity, and the ELCC rating. So you have one variable, the ELCC rating, that could potentially be lower, and in that scenario, it is possible that there would be some likelihood or some upward pressure on the other variable in that equation, the capacity clearing price. But on balance, I do agree that it is likely to be lower. But there are circumstances where you could have a materially different capacity clearing price, depending on how significant storage resources are as part of the supply stack in the future.
But have you done any studies associated with this procurement that would provide any kind of understanding of the likelihood of the capacity price increasing when the ELCC for storage decreases?
Not specifically just for that variable, but the general sensitivities conducted for capacity during capacity price modeling suggests that in the forecast in the 15-year forecast horizon, while supply and demand conditions in PJM are expected to remain tight, small movements, unless you already have the market clearing at the cap. Small movements on the supply side can have a significant impact on clearing prices.
So, is there a risk that ELCC could go considerably lower than the projections used by Power Advisory and CES in their evaluation report?
Yes, there is a risk.
And if actual ELCC ends up being much lower than Power Advisory and CES projected, who bears that risk?
Ratepayers.
Okay. And would you agree that that risk is significant considering the expectation that deemed capacity revenues will be a significant offset to ESCC payment costs made by Maryland ratepayers?
It is a significant risk in terms of as you said, the benefit stream associated. The deemed capacity revenues are a large benefit stream, but there is uncertainty on what ELCC ratings are likely to be. So, PJM's own analysis, for example, for the 26-27 delivery year, estimated ELCC value for storage at, I believe, 52%, and was revised upwards 2 months later to 59%. So the uncertainty does go both ways.
Do you agree that negotiating a lower ESCC price would be a way to reduce risks to ratepayers with regard to ELCC falling significantly lower than expected?
Do you mean after for that particular contract here, or are you talking about the contract structure at the time of, I guess, procurement or contract signing?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it. Yeah, either one.
As my colleague John Dalton pointed out earlier, there are, I guess, commercial risks associated with changing the proposed contract structure. I would say if applicants were asked to take on the ELCC risk themselves, they would likely have applied some level of risk premium in their offer prices. Without having seen with and without, I cannot confirm which scenario would have higher risk for the ratepayers.
With regard to emissions, do you agree that avoided emissions can be based on an assessment of hourly marginal emissions rather than monthly or system-wide averages?
The marginal emissions rates are still system-wide. I would like to clarify that the analysis behind the avoided emissions benefit was based on hourly dispatch of resources, but class average heat rates and emission rates at the monthly level.
So is that a clarification that is different than what you had previously said, or?
I had this was a clarification. One of the data requests from the OPC asked about the calculations of avoided emission benefits at what assumptions were used and how they were done. I believe, based on the testimony, the rebuttal testimony submitted by the OPC's witness, that my prior response was misunderstood. So just for the record, as I pointed out in my rebuttal testimony, the dispatch was conducted at an hourly basis, but the dispatch of all resources throughout PJM were aggregated when extracted from the production cost modeling software at a monthly level, and the average class average heat rates and emission rates were applied. So if you a more precise way of doing this might be to also look at the marginal emission rates at an hourly level, but based on the back test we did with 2025 actual data, the emission levels that we were the results of the total emissions that we were getting was close enough to actual emissions, and since avoided emissions is based on a difference between total emissions under both the business as usual and the reference resource cases, rather than an absolute emissions outcome, we felt that any increased precision in calculating would not be significant compared to the time it would take to conduct that analysis.
So when modeling net avoided emissions resulting from inclusion of a transmission-connected battery in PJM, is it more accurate to examine the avoided emissions impacts using monthly dispatch, by technology class, or hourly dispatch?
By hourly dispatch, if you have the resource-specific heat rates and emission rates available, there are assumptions that could be made, but yes, it would be more precise to do that if you could get all the assumptions you would need.
Okay, that's the end of the non-confidential portion.
Okay, so obviously the commission staff advisors, and People's Council individuals would remain in the room, and I think everyone else needs to scram. And to the commissioners, I'm going to allow you to ask questions at this point also, because I'm sure there are questions bearing upon confidential information that my colleagues will want to know about. And then at the end, perhaps there might be other questions, but.
You want us just to ask about confidential?
Hello? Yes, good.
We're back, yeah.
Great, having more people in the room, that should really help with the temperature, shouldn't it?
They're all having breakfast.
I saw that guy come in and
I saw
putz
that.
around with it, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, he opened up the...
Where are they?
But did anything, but.
Alrighty then.
No, I might tell what's her name.
Sierra Club's next, and if you want to sit up here, please do so.
That is the goal, if I can get situated. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, or morning. Probably afternoon by now.
It's afternoon.
Mr. Adhikari. I have a few questions for you. Were the criteria that Power Advisory used to evaluate the projects consistent with both statutory and commission directives, in your opinion?
Yes.
So there's no objective methodology required by the commission for evaluating projects that the Office of People's Counsel alleges Power Advisory failed to meet, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. In other words, Power Advisory was given discretion over what precise methodology to use to compare storage projects, right?
We followed best practices used in other procurements.
Thank you. And when multiple experts look at an evaluation of different projects, would you say it's predictable that different experts could come up with different judgments about the optimal way to rank projects?
Yes, so different experts could come up with different scoring methodologies, or different assumptions could result in different quantifiable benefits and costs which would then impact the scoring. Yes.
Thanks. Okay. But these subjective differences of opinion don't indicate that Power Advisory failed to follow any commission directives, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. So would you agree that capacity market prices are very high right now in the PJM region?
Yes.
And would you agree that bringing online more storage projects is expected to have a downward impact on PJM capacity market prices?
Yes. As I pointed out earlier, as long as the market does not clear at a cap, whether at the regular demand curve cap or a price collar cap, when you add more resources, you would expect to have lower clearing price. Yes.
Okay, thanks. And then, so all else equal, would you agree that approving more storage projects through this RFP is likely to result in a greater reduction in these PJM capacity market prices?
All else equal, yes.
Thank you. And are you aware that the Cardinal Energy Oyster Catcher project qualified for PJM's Reliability Resource Initiative, or RRI, which is a fast-track interconnection process?
Yes.
Does the project's qualification for this RRI indicate that it can be built and come online quickly relative to other storage projects and other energy resources?
It indicates that, yes, those were likely factors considered in the RRI applications, which may also have considered some variables like the project's 6-hour duration, which is not typical for other storage projects in the queue, which caused them to approve. But yes, there are characteristics that likely led to PJM approving its application.
Thanks. And the project's qualification for RRI also indicates that PJM likely believes the project's important for meeting capacity needs, right?
Among other needs, yes.
Thanks. And I'll ask about the 6-hour nature. So 4-hour batteries are much more common than 6-hour batteries in PJM now, right?
Relatively speaking, batteries are not very common in PJM, but yes, they tend to be shorter duration, shorter than 4 hours. historically that have participated in the ancillary services markets.
Okay, so amongst the uncommon batteries that there are not many of, the 6 hours are less common, considerably less common than the 4 hour.
That's
Thanks.
fair.
So would you expect that the differentiation or resource diversity provided by a 6 hour battery to improve the reliability of the grid in Maryland?
Yes, so some of those benefits are captured by the higher ELCC ratings that PJM assigns to longer duration projects. So 6 hour projects receive higher ELCC ratings than a 4 hour project. There may be other reliability benefits, but those cannot be accurately quantified without very specific and detailed modeling.
And actually, do you know what are some of those other reliability benefits?
So as the commissioner pointed out earlier, so you may be able to the longer duration project may have a higher likelihood of say offsetting a reliability must-run contract, but that cannot be determined until a very specific analysis is conducted. Like how the reliability violations are expected to be met by a particular project, and what any operational restrictions would be, in order to meet certain reliability I guess requirements, and how that would impact the project's ability to realize other benefits in the PJM wholesale market. So there may be benefits, but we don't have the information to quantify them.
Okay, thanks. And the Oyster Catcher project would be 500 megawatts in size, which would add the most capacity to the PJM grid out of all 4 proposed projects, right?
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Mr. Latham's testimony, and you may have just referenced this, that the Oyster Catcher project is in the resource-constrained BGE zone?
Yes.
Okay, and are you familiar with his testimony that this is, in fact, the only project proposed in this RFP that is in that resource-constrained BGE zone?
Yes.
And do you know what he means by that term, resource-constrained BGE zone, like what he's referring to?
So in the capacity market, the different PJM's territory is broken by different LDAs, locational deliverability areas. BGE is one of them. PEPCO, DPL, APS, those are the other LDAs in Maryland. Because of transmission constraints, there are limitations on how much capacity that are maybe located outside a particular LDA can serve reliability needs within an LDA. So that means load in BGE. You could serve the load, and you could serve the reliability needs for BGE by a combination of resources in the territory or importing capacity from outside the territory. Because of transmission constraints, there's limitations on how much can be imported. So that's what he means. That's generally what is meant when you refer to certain areas as constrained LDAs.
Okay, thanks. I just have 3 more questions. So would adding this battery project to the grid, the Oyster Catcher project, be expected to help mitigate the load pocket in the Brandon Shores area, or similar reliability constraints that may arise in the future?
So this is evolving more from like a capacity market based reliability needs to more local reliability needs, which which need very different kind of modeling, load flow analysis, that requires information from the transmission operators, the information on what the actual reliability violations are, when they occur, how long those violations are, etc. So PJM typically conducts these types of analysis when looking at particular solutions, or we, again, without defining without defining what reliability issue is, what the underlying reliability issue is, and how a particular solution is meant to address that, it is difficult to quantify that.
Okay. So I understand you haven't modeled Brandon Shores, but would you expect that adding a battery, 500 megawatt battery to the grid could reduce reliability constraints in that region?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And in general, can storage projects also improve the deployment of renewable energy resources such as solar on the PJM system?
Yes.
And can storage projects be brought onto the PJM system more quickly than, for example, gas capacity?
Yes, especially at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, before I turn to staff, just wanted to enter into the record the fact that during the confidential session, none of the commissioners asked any questions. So just wanted that to be in the record. And staff, do you have any questions?
No questions from staff.
All right, redirect.
Having answered the questions so far, do you have any corrections to your testimony, or do you still stand by your written testimony that you have in front of you?
I stand by my written testimony.
I have no further questions.
All right. Well, it is 12:45, so why don't we take lunch?
Can we ask questions?
Oh yeah, of course. I'm sorry. Yes. Let's start with Suchman, Hoover. We started with Litton the last time. Yeah, during the Suchman.
Okay. So
Just remember, lunch is ahead of us.
Yeah, no, I understand, and I think the chair is hungry, so I'll try to go quick.
I may not be the only person in the room who is.
Okay, so Mr. Adhikari. Did I get it right? See, oftentimes people have trouble with my last name, which you wouldn't think they would. But in terms of your BCA, so the costs are essentially the SEC payments and then some administrative costs, but the bulk would be the ESCC payments, and then you look to the benefits. I mean, we've had some conversation about capacity prices this morning, going into this afternoon, and having to avoid having to build out transmission. In your testimony, it's hard to forecast for reductions in capacity prices with these new storage facilities. I'm assuming you'd need a lot of them to be able to see impact, or is it that you just didn't model for that?
No, we did model the impact of the storage projects on the capacity market, and the capacity price impact that was discussed earlier is the benefit of reduced capacity market price in the capacity auctions.
Right, but I thought you testified that in terms of, for example, BGE region, that you're not going to see especially with the price collar, you're not going to see impact early in the process. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so did you forecast it out the 15-year period? So in like years 14 and 15, do you see an impact on capacity prices?
Yes, one second, let me pull up the. So we foresee capacity price impacts starting from 2031, 32 delivery year through the 2044, 2045 delivery year. Not all delivery years, so there's 1 or 2 years where we see no impact on the clearing price because we expect in both cases, the market would clear at the cap. And this is, even within the PJM capacity market, this is the capacity market that's applicable to sort of the rest of RTO zone, which applies to the APS zone in Maryland.
Okay, and are you seeing those impacts because you're seeing more storage come online? Or are you doing this analysis assuming that no storage will come online?
We assume that there's a business as usual case where we have no storage coming online in Maryland through the mid 2030s, and then the reference resource case, which assumes 800 megawatts of storage comes online, as part of this procurement in 2028, 29. And that results in a difference in capacity prices between those two cases. But
okay, so for the case where there's no other storage online, I'm assuming that allows you to be able to look to see the impact of that particular storage. And for that, let's say for the oyster catcher, what are you seeing in terms of the impact on capacity prices through the 15-year period?
So to clarify again, when we look at the capacity price forecast, we, again, talking about that, the zones which are called LDAs in the capacity market terminology, we model BGE, DPL, and PEPCO as one constrained LDA, and then APS falls in the rest of RTO. So in the BGE, DPL, PEPCO constrained LDA, which at various capacity auctions in the past, they've had price separations from the overall RTO price because they're more constrained. We actually see less impact on capacity prices for those zones because we expect the capacity for those LDAs would be clearing at or close to the cap for most years. But even if say, let's say oyster catcher comes online in BGE, by virtue of introducing a new resource within the BGE LDA, that means there's less pressure, so to speak, on resources outside the LDA to deliver into the LDA, and that, this is simplifying it, but essentially it increases supply of resources for outside the LDA. So it would still impact the clearing price for APS, so Maryland ratepayers in APS. So resources coming online in BGE, for example, may not, even if they don't directly reduce capacity prices in BGE, they could contribute to lower capacity prices in APS. And so the capacity price impact is looking at the total price paid by Maryland ratepayers across those 4 LDAs, and the benefit comes from reduced capacity prices for the APS LDA.
Okay, so and when do those reduced capacity prices occur in your analysis?
Starting 2031, 32.
Okay, so you did see that relatively early in the process.
Yeah, so after the price collar, there is still some years where the supply, we expect tight supply and the market to clear at the cap, so there would be no impact. But in the early 2030s, we start to see some relief from new supply coming online.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Hoover.
No questions.
McLean.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Very briefly, you discussed the the oyster catcher project with Sierra Club and that it qualified for PJM's fast track. Are you familiar with that process?
Yes, somewhat.
Right. Do you know whether or not the PJM takes into account concerns, local concerns about a particular project?
You mean local reliability concerns, or
no? Whether or not they're in favor or against a particular project.
I believe so. Although my colleague John may have a better sense. My sense is that I believe it's part of the application. Testimony from local stakeholders would be favorable for the project's consideration.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Did I hear correctly earlier earlier during your testimony that you were responsible for writing part or section 3 of the round 1 evaluation filed on June 1st?
That's correct.
Okay, so that included the discussion surrounding the non-qualified benefits? It's on page 11 of the report.
I think this was, I think that specific, those non-qualified benefits, may have been a joint effort with Power Advisory, but yes, I provided input at the time of, before deciding the evaluation framework, we had discussions on what benefit streams could reasonably be estimated, and if we could try to estimate them, they would be included in the quantitative evaluation. And if there were other benefits that we felt we couldn't reasonably estimate, then they would receive they would be part of the qualitative evaluation.
Okay, so I'm assuming you heard my question to Mr. Dalton earlier today regarding this section, and I was just wondering, or like to know, if you had anything additional to add to what he stated earlier.
No, I think I concur with John's statement that there may be other benefits that we cannot reasonably ascertain in the quantifiable or the quantitative evaluation. So we do not have sufficient data, or we do not have sufficient visibility to estimate some of the benefits. So, for example, I think in the NGEA, the reliability benefits, they're defined as ability to deliver capacity during periods of extreme weather, fuel scarcity, and large unplanned resource outages. So, we did come up with an estimate for improved reliability benefits, but we were able to do so sort of at a system-wide level. But there may be more, for example, local reliability benefits in terms of areas that are vulnerable to extreme weather or fuel scarcity, which might result in higher risk of outages, for example, for a small portion of the grid, and might affect some customers. That's the sort of analysis that we aren't able to capture in the quantitative evaluation, and as John mentioned, we requested information of that nature from applicants about what other needs they could serve with their projects.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Most of my questions have been asked, but let me just ask this: if a future FERC, if the price collar were to be disallowed and to be removed, the impact would be enormous, wouldn't it?
Yes. PJM's analysis from the most recent auction suggests the market would have cleared in the ballpark of 550.
500, yeah. And my final question is, can there ever be a scenario where adding storage would increase the capacity price?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, well, it is 1 o'clock, so we will take a 45-minute lunch break, and we will be back at 1:45. See you then.
Is the witness dismissed?
The witness is dismissed.
Thank you.
Oh. Microphone? Yeah, okay. Let's resume. We're going to go to RWE Supply and Trading, and you have two witnesses, do you not? Okay. Well, call up whomever you want to call up first.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to state that none of the parties have indicated that they have cross-examination for one of our three witnesses, for who would be our first witness, Jason Dagger. Mr. Dagger is available. He's here in the hearing room, and he's available if the commissioners have any questions. He's happy to answer them.
Okay, and have you told our court reporter your name?
Oh, sorry, Susan Shipper for RWE Supply and Trading Americas, LLC. Thank you.
Okay.
And if there are no commissioner questions for Mr. Dagger,
I don't believe there are.
okay, great. Then we respectfully request that his direct testimony be moved into evidence as RWE Exhibit 3.
So marked without objection, so entered.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the authority of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Testimony you're about to give?
I swear.
Please state and spell your first and last name.
Tony Soruco, Tony. Soruco, Soruco. 353 North Clark Avenue, Suite 30, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. Mr. Soruco, who is your employer and what is your job title?
RWE Americas, and my job title is Director of Government Affairs.
And who are you testifying on behalf of today?
RWE Americas.
Mr. Soruco, do you have a document in front of you titled The Direct Testimony of Antonio Soruco, filed on June 18th, 2026, consisting of 4 pages of testimony and no exhibits?
I do.
So, Your Honor, we'd like to mark Mr. Soruco's direct testimony as RWE Exhibit 4.
Move it now or wait?
We can move, yeah, if there are no objections, although we do have, I think, one correction
All right, well,
and
then we'll
clarification, so
do
maybe.
that first then.
Great.
Yeah.
So was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes,
And do you have any corrections, additions, or clarifications to your testimony?
I do.
And is the clarification on page 3 of your testimony? And you may turn to that page and make the clarification as you'd like. And Mr. Soruco, what is the correction or clarification to page 3 of your testimony?
It's just clarifying the RWE's pipeline, that it's 13 gigawatts, the operational capacity.
Okay.
As opposed to 10.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
a little
sorry.
closer. Yeah, exactly.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Great.
Sorry about that.
So other than that change on page 3, lines 13 to 14 of your direct testimony, changing that figure from 10 to 13 gigawatts of installed capacity, if I asked you the same questions today that are contained in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is your testimony true to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes.
Great. So we will now, with that correction, request to move RWE Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Without objection, so entered.
Thank you. And the witness is now available for cross-examination.
Okay. Cardinal Energy.
No questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Rev Renewables.
No questions for this witness, Your Honor. Thanks.
Chalk Point.
No questions.
Okay. Harford County. All right. MEA. None from them. OPC.
Yes, hi, Mr. Soruco. Good afternoon. On page 4 of your testimony, you state that Maryland has been and remains in need of new in-state capacity as illustrated by the 2025 26 PJM capacity auction that resulted in high prices for Maryland ratepayers. Do you mean the capacity auction in 2024 for the 2025-2026 delivery year?
Yes.
Do you agree that capacity market prices at any given location depend on not just available capacity, but also available transmission?
Yes.
Therefore, a high capacity price in the BGE LDA does not, standing alone, establish that the only solution is to construct additional in-state generation or storage, correct?
Can you rephrase that question?
Do you, I'll come back to that. Do you agree that increased transmission capability that allows additional capacity to be imported into the BGE LDA could also address an underlying constraint?
I would defer to our commercial analysis team or to my colleague that's testifying up next.
Could you explain what specifically about the 2025-2026 PJM capacity auction you believe illustrates the need for new in-state capacity?
Yeah, I think we saw there that there was the average clearing price was significantly lower than certain areas, particularly in the BGE area. And so there, while the PJM price is cleared lower, and it's always, there's trying to see a need for lower amount, you saw higher prices still in the BGE area, which I think raises questions about how capacity constraints that still exist.
So if there's a higher price in the BGE LDA, are you saying that that's because of not enough capacity, or could it also be because not enough transmission?
Combination.
Are you aware that the 2025-2026 capacity auction secured enough capacity to meet anticipated customer peak demands and a sufficient reserve margin for the PJM region as a whole and for most of the zones
On average,
in Maryland?
There's a difference as a whole on average.
Could you expand on that?
You said as a whole across the region?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you agree with that?
Across the region? Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware that capacity bids to meet PJM's requirements and BGE's LDA fell just short because two plants in the BGE LDA, the Brandon Shores and the Wagner power plants, had announced an intention to retire, but did not bid into the capacity auction?
Yes.
Are you aware that PJM ensured reliability in the BGE LDA for the 2025-2026 delivery year by entering into reliability must-run or RMR arrangements with Brandon Shores and
Sorry,
and
can you rephrase
Wagner?
that?
Are you aware that PJM that the Brandon Shores and Wagner entered into RMR arrangements, and those RMR arrangements were relied upon by PJM to ensure reliability in the BGE LDA?
Got it. Yeah, so I would defer to my colleague on that.
Okay. Maryland customers currently obtain capacity through PJM's regional capacity market, including capacity supplied by resources located outside of Maryland, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And subject to transmission availability and PJM's market rules, additional capacity located outside Maryland can serve Maryland load, correct?
Correct.
And you have not conducted a comparison showing that each of the proposed in-state storage projects is less expensive than all available regional alternatives, have you?
I would defer to my colleague on that.
But you have not, correct?
As a government affairs employee, no, I have not.
Okay. That's all. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, Sierra Club. If you want to come up
No
to the
cross.
tape. What?
Oh, no, I was just going to say no cross.
Oh,
Thank you.
all right. Well, in that case, staff.
We don't have any questions for this witness.
Okay. Redirect.
Just one quickly, Mr. Chairman, if you wouldn't mind. Mr. Sruko, following up on OPC's questioning about the PJM's capacity market and in-state versus out-of-state jurisdiction, would you agree that the next generation, regardless of that, would you agree that the Next Generation Act directed this commission to procure 800 megawatts of in-state battery energy storage in this proceeding?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
All right, then we'll go to the bench and we'll start with Commissioner Hoover, who's next. And the order is Hoover, McLean, Linton, Suchman, and then the chairman.
No questions.
Okay, Commissioner McLean.
No questions, sir.
Commissioner Linton. I think he's got it.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I just wanted to follow up on the RM85 stakeholder plan that you've offered. Could you give me just an update on where things are with it now?
I would defer to my colleague who's been more involved on that side of things.
Okay, I'm sorry. All
Oh,
right.
no worries.
Commissioner Suchman. Oh, was that it?
That's it.
Okay, Commissioner Suchman.
No questions.
And I don't have any questions either, so off with you then. You're excused. All right, I presume that Kevin Conger is the next individual,
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
if that's the way to pronounce his name.
That's right. He is the next individual, and he is taking the stand now.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the penalty of perjury, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
I do.
And could you please state and spell your first and last name?
Kevin Conger, Kevinconger.
And could you provide your business address?
1501 East 6th Street, Suite 400 in Austin, Texas.
Mr. Conger, who is your employer and what is your title?
My employer is RWE Americas. My title is Senior Manager of Utility Scale Development.
And who are you testifying on behalf of today?
RWE.
Mr. Conger, do you have before you two documents titled, one titled the public direct testimony of Kevin Conger and the other titled the confidential direct testimony of Kevin Conger filed on June 18th?
I do.
Great. And Your Honor, I'll mark the public version of Mr. Conger's direct testimony as RWE Exhibit 5, and we'd like to mark the confidential version of Mr. Conger's direct testimony as RWE Exhibit 5C.
So marked. Do you wish to move it now, or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so without objection, so entered.
Thank you, Chairman Barbe. The witness is now available for cross-examination.
All right, let's start with Cardinal Energy Storage.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, I moved too quickly. I jumped the gun. We also have rebuttal testimony from Mr. Conger that I need to enter as well. Sorry.
Of course.
Into the record, and that we'd like to move and enter it, if there's no objection, as RWE Exhibit 6.
So marked and without objection, so entered.
Thank you. And now the witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay.
Cardinal Energy Storage has no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Okay. Rev Renewables.
Rev Renewables has no questions for the witness.
Thank you. Chalk Point.
No questions from Chalk Point.
Okay. Harford County, don't see you, so I'll assume that's a no. MEA, don't see you, I don't think that's a no. People's Council.
Yes. Good afternoon. On, on page 3, you characterize Mr. Freeman, on page 3 of your rebuttal testimony. You characterize Mr. Freeman, the OPC witness, as asserting that Power Advisory's assumptions resulted in an overestimation of the capacity price impact. Is that correct?
Could you direct me to which lines you're looking at?
Give me 1 second. Sorry, give me 1 second. Line 2.
Okay.
And do you agree that Mr. Freeman's actual testimony was that those assumptions were more likely to overstate benefits?
Could you restate that? I'm not sure what you were asking for.
So going back to your testimony on page 3, line 2, you state that Mr. Freeman asserted that Power Advisory's assumptions resulted in an overestimation, whereas Mr. Freeman's actual testimony was that the assumptions were more likely to overstate benefits.
Okay.
So you don't disagree that that's what Mr. Freeman's actual testimony was?
I would have to go back and reread it.
So Mr. Freeman did not testify that an overestimation was certain. Is that correct?
I would have to go back and reread his testimony.
Do you agree that Mr. Freeman's point was that Power Advisory selected assumptions that increase the risk that the projected benefits are overstated?
I think Power Advisory did the best they could with the information that they had.
But do you disagree that Mr. Freeman's point was that? Do you disagree that Mr. Freeman's point was that Power Advisory selected assumptions? Power Advisory selected assumptions that increase the risk that the projected benefits are overstated.
I mean, if that's what he put in there, then that's what his opinion was.
On page 3, line 13 to 15 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that you agree with the observation that it is difficult to isolate the impact of any single resource addition because capacity market clearing prices are influenced by numerous factors. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you go on to say in that same paragraph that the purpose of Power Advisory's analysis was to estimate the incremental impact of the reference resource by comparing a business as usual BAU case to a reference resource case that included 800 megawatts of incremental energy storage with all other assumptions held constant. Do you believe that this analysis that you described solves the difficulties that you acknowledged exists with regard to attempting to isolate the impact of any single resource addition?
I think that would be a better question for Power Advisory or CES.
Okay. So is your answer that you don't know you don't know if that analysis solves that the problem that you stated?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Power Advisory cannot know today what the actual capacity price impact will be over the full contract term. Is that correct?
I believe so.
The actual capacity price impact would be materially lower than the amount assumed. The actual capacity price impact could be materially lower than the amount assumed in the benefit cost analysis. Is that correct?
If it's possible, yes.
And if it is materially lower, the actual benefits to customers will also be lower. Is that correct?
I believe that's what they mentioned earlier.
Do you think that there's some possibility that the capacity price impact is overstated or overestimated?
If you're asking about possibilities, then, I mean, I guess anything's possible.
Do you agree that with the statement on page 109 of Power Advisory's evaluation report that states, and I'm paraphrasing, that the BCA results carry certain risks stemming from the capacity price impact?
Objection, Your Honor, just that the witness doesn't have the document. I understand you said you're paraphrasing, counsel, but the witness doesn't have the document in front of him to agree or disagree.
Sustained.
Do you agree with the statement that the BCA results carry certain risks that stem from the capacity price impact?
I suppose so.
Do you agree that those risks are significant because the capacity price impact is a significant portion of the BCA?
Again, that's probably a better question for Power Advisor or CES. I didn't take part in their evaluation.
Do you agree that that capacity price forecasts are highly sensitive to ongoing capacity market design changes?
I would expect so.
Do you agree that the sensitivities with regard to assumptions and design changes introduce risks with regard to forecasting capacity price impact?
This is out of my area of expertise.
So would you be able to identify whether there's risks with regard to forecasting capacity price impact that include changes in capacity market design, changes in market conditions, and the possibility that the projects will have less effect on capacity prices than Power Advisory projected?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, I think this is just outside the scope of the witness's rebuttal testimony, to the extent that it's not
Sustained.
If the capacity price benefit is lower than projected, the contract payments owed to the project do not automatically decline by the same amount. Is that correct?
I believe that's how the program is set up.
Okay. Therefore, customers bear the risk that projected capacity price benefits will not materialize. Is that correct?
I think we've already covered that.
just again, I'm going to just object that these questions were asked of Power Advisory or are more appropriate for Power Advisory. Were more appropriate for Power Advisory.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, the witness stated in his rebuttal testimony that he did not believe that the capacity price impact
If this is from the witness's rebuttal testimony, then the objection is overruled.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So could you answer the question then? Do customers bear the risk that the projected capacity price benefits will not materialize?
I suppose so.
You know, I'd prefer a yes or a no, if that's possible.
Yes.
Do you agree that using a more conservative capacity price impact assumption would reduce the risk that projects' projected net benefits are overstated?
Yes.
On page 6 of your testimony, you state that, and I can turn to the, sorry, give me 1 second. On line 22 on page 6 of your testimony, you state that the general principle is reasonable, that ELCCs generally decline as storage penetration increases. Is that correct?
Could you say that again?
You state that the general principle is reasonable, that ELCCs generally decline as storage penetration increases. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have an exhibit that I would like to have marked as OPC exhibit OPC 2, I believe.
So marked.
I'll just pass it out to
please
the witness
approach.
and okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you could, turn to page, if you could turn to page 18, please. And just by way of a foundation, this is a presentation that was given by Patrick Bruno, who's a employee of PJM. Are you aware that from delivery year 2024-2025 to delivery year 2025-2026 that PJM's ELCC rating for 4-hour storage went from 92% to only 59%?
That's what the table says, yes.
Okay. And that is a decline of 33 percentage points, or approximately 36%. Is that correct?
It says minus 33%.
33. Okay. So holding contracted capacity and capacity price constant, that reduction in ELCC would reduce deemed capacity revenue by approximately the same percentage. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Just that I understand the foundation was laid, but the witness didn't prepare this document. Has not yet testified that he knows this document, is familiar with it.
Do you agree that Power Advisory and CES's projected considerably more actually I'll skip that one. So on page 7, lines 14 to 15 of your testimony, you explained that Mr. Freeman's reference to uncertainty regarding long-term ELCC projections is valid. Is that correct?
That's the first half of the sentence.
You agreed that long-term ELCC projections are uncertain. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that uncertainty creates a risk that actual deemed capacity revenues will be lower than the amounts assumed in the benefit cost analysis. Is that correct?
Yes.
If deemed capacity revenues are lower than projected, customers will receive a smaller offset against the ESCC payments. Is that correct?
I think that's how the math works out.
But the project's contractual entitlement to ESCC payments would not automatically decline by the same amount. Is that correct?
I don't think so, no.
So therefore, customers bear the financial risk associated with lower than projected ELCC values. Is that correct?
Yes.
On page 9 of your testimony, you state that the proposed terms of the standardized agreement were reached after several months of deliberation between the PSC and various stakeholders, and the resulting terms reflect that collaborative process. Do you know where I'm reading from? Can you
Yes.
see that? Okay. Do you agree that there was significant non-consensus among various stakeholders in the work group around various issues?
Objection. It's outside the scope of his testimony.
No, if I may, Your Honor.
Sure.
The statement from page 9 of his testimony that I just read.
If you're referring to the working groups that Mr. Krokowski led, I don't remember. I think what you called was significant non-concurrence or something.
Well, I'm just trying to understand your statement because.
Well, hold on.
Sorry.
Does your objection stand?
You can proceed with questions.
Okay.
I'll object if I think it's going too far afield of scope. Thank you.
So, so my question is specifically, I mean, you mentioned that there is several months of deliberation and that the resulting terms reflect a collaborative process. And I'm just asking if you agree that there was significant non-consensus amongst the various stakeholders in the group, in the work group around various issues.
I don't remember any non-consensus.
Okay. Do you agree that the collaborative nature of the work group process does not mean that the work group reached a consensus with respect to all the terms?
Yes.
And do you agree that the Commission retains the authority to consider disputed terms and determine whether changes are appropriate?
Yes.
The projected capacity price impact and deemed capacity revenues are both significant components of the project's projected benefits. Is that correct?
Yes.
And both the capacity price impact and deemed capacity revenues are based on forecasts that could prove materially higher than the benefits actually realized. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if both are materially lower than projected, a project currently shown as net beneficial could instead cost customers more than the benefits it produces. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Power Advisory cannot guarantee that each proposed projects will remain net beneficial under the downside conditions. Is that correct?
I don't want to speak on behalf of Power Advisory.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Sierra Club. No questions? Okay. Staff.
I do have a few questions for this witness, and I expect that at least all of them will reference at least a small portion of confidential information.
Okay, well, ask the questions that don't, and then we'll clear
They all
the
do.
room. Pardon me?
I expect
They all
all
do?
will. Yeah.
Oh, in that case, all right, we're going to have to go into confidential mode, and everybody needs to leave unless they, as I said, your paycheck is signed by me or David Ladd. All right, any questions from the bench for the non-confidential? Okay, let's do it in this order. McLean?
No questions, sir.
Um,
Wait till everybody else comes back in.
Yeah, let's let everybody back in. The order is McLean, Linton, Suchman, Hoover, Chair, so. We might be able to get into renewables. Is everybody here who needs to be here? Okay, there was no redirect, and there was one question on the confidential matters. So on the non-confidential matters, McLean, do you have a question?
No questions, sir.
Okay, Linton?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Just one question. I started it with a few moments ago regarding your ARM 85 stakeholder plan. The report filed on June 1st, the round one evaluation, gave you a score of 0.75 out of 1.5, so around 50%, recognizing that you'd only started half of the plan. So just looking for an update.
Yes, so the RM85 application is very similar to the information we filled out for the RFA, so that doesn't seem to be a problem for us. We do have to do the county meetings in Frederick as well. So it's not just Montgomery County, we're within that 1 mile mark, so we're just trying to coordinate that.
Okay, how about your community outreach? Have you started that?
We've started, it's ongoing.
Okay, as the report noted that there wasn't any filings of support or comments in favor of the project or anything like that. So I'm just curious as to what's been the community response so far.
Don't want to put words in other people's mouths, but people seem to be comfortable with it being in the location it is at the former coal plant.
Recently, Frederick County issued an order, a moratorium of sorts on projects similar to yours, basically covering projects like yours. Now, you're not in Frederick County, so you don't need their approval. But I note that you haven't scheduled meetings with them yet, so I'm just curious as to what's that been like so far. I know you haven't met them yet.
Right.
Are they receptive to the meeting, or are they just not even interested?
I don't have an answer for you.
Commissioner Linton, we can get you, we can, have, if you'd like to make this a formal or informal bench data request, the company can provide an update or, formal update.
That's probably a good idea. Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, that will wrap it up then. Thank you.
Commissioner Suchman?
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Conger. I think
It's morning somewhere.
I know. Well, I think the heat is just affecting all of us. Okay, so can you just briefly describe the project? So this is, you have a 300 megawatt storage project. What is, and the other one is an alternative, 130?
The 130 was just an alternative sizing. This is back when there was an 800 megawatt cap, and we just wanted to give options.
Okay.
But it's the same project. 300 is the size that we would prefer to build it at. Again, the 130 was just giving optionality.
Okay, and then for the company, the goal of the project is to be able to sell into the PJM market. Is that your?
Yes.
Okay, is there any other thinking about how to monetize the value of the project, or is that primarily what it is that you're intending to do?
I would say always looking at monetization paths.
Okay.
But again, that's not my area of expertise. If you want, we can reach out to our commercial analysis and power marketing teams to get you a more thorough answer.
Well, I'm mostly trying to get a sense. You're looking in the Maryland market. You're seeing this opportunity from a company business perspective. You want to deploy here because you see an opportunity to sell into the PJM market. Is that how you're seeing the project?
Yes, there are multiple monetization pathways. There's running it merchant in PJM. There's commercial and industrial or CNI offtake, and then there are state-led programs like this.
Well, and then there's also
And then the PJM reliability backstop procurement.
well, and also reaching out to the local utility in terms of avoiding having to build out transmission and/or distribution. So when you've proposed the project, how did you sort of identify the benefits to Maryland? I mean, we know what the costs are. So when you presented the project, what did you identify in terms of benefits?
Yeah, one of the key things we identified is the Dickerson coal plant that retired. We are both physically and electrically located where that coal plant used to be. So the capacity and the reliability that the coal plant used to provide, our battery project will be able to help fill that gap.
Okay, and then were there sort of transmission constraints that you've identified in that region that you can help to alleviate by putting that? So sell me your project. That's what I'm giving you an opportunity. Tell me where your benefits are.
We were a little bit late to the punch on one of the lines. So part of the ongoing PEPCO discussion that we're having is that they have to upgrade a line going from the Dickerson substation down into Virginia. And they have to figure out how that process works while also connecting our project. So that's been a bit of the engineering holdup that we've been discussing with them. So we were a little bit late to prevent that network upgrade or that transmission line upgrade.
That could have been an upgrade that you could have helped to at least delay. Okay.
In theory.
Okay, and are you looking at sort of other places within the system where sort of talking to the utility, you can help them to avoid having to? Is that something that, because you're kind of late to the game, are you talking to them now about additional things that you could do that can add to the benefits for the project?
Not necessarily with this project, but that is something that we look for in new projects.
Okay. I think that's going to be of great interest. That's of great interest to me. I mean, it's selling into the PJM market is great for you as a company, and it helps to return benefits to the ratepayers. But to the extent that you can sort of target the real challenges we have right now in terms of available transmission capacity and very high capacity prices, the more that you can tie that project to these issues, the stronger the case is for our approval. I
Isn't
think.
that so? Convert it into a question.
That was mostly a question. And then you could just say yes.
I think the trick is just say correct at the end of the statement.
I'm good with that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Hoover.
No questions.
Okay, I don't have any questions. Thank you very much. And I think you can stand down and you're done then.
Great.
Yes, Chairman Barfay.
Okay, so it is 2:44. Let's just take a 10-minute break, and then we will launch into Rev Renewables, who has one witness.
Is that your new phrase, stand down?
let's get started. It's, I guess, a minute early, but oh well. Okay.
Your Honor, Rev Renewables, Eric Wallace for Rev Renewables, and Rev Renewables calls Mr. Michael Svedeman to the stand.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
I do.
And could you please state and spell your first and last name?
Michael Svedman, Michael Svedman.
And could you provide your business address?
520 East Maryville Center Drive, Suite 400, St. Louis, Missouri, 63141. It's hotter up here than it is out there.
We noticed.
We know, yeah.
We did that on purpose.
It's true.
Good afternoon, Mr. Svedeman. Did you cause to be filed in this proceeding on June 18th a document titled The Direct Testimony of Michael Svedman on behalf of Rev Renewables LLC and Jade Meadow 3 LLC?
Yes.
And do you have a copy of that document with you?
Yes.
Was that document prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that document?
No.
And if you were asked the same questions here today on the stand that appear in that testimony, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
Do you wish to sponsor that document as your direct testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
And Your Honor, I'd like to ask that Mr. Svedman's direct testimony be marked as Rev Renewables Exhibit 2.
So marked.
And entered in the record, subject to cross.
Without objection, so entered.
And Mr. Svedman, are you the same Michael Svedman that filed rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Do you have with you today a document titled The Rebuttal Testimony of Michael Svedman on behalf of Rev Renewables LLC and Jade Meadow 3 LLC?
Yes.
And that document was filed in this proceeding on July 30th, 2026?
Yes.
Do you have any changes, or was that document prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that document?
No.
If you were asked the same questions here today as appear in that document, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
And do you wish to sponsor that document as your rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Your Honor, I ask that the rebuttal testimony of Michael Svedman be marked for identification as Rev Renewables Exhibit 3 and enter the record.
So marked and without objection, so entered.
And Your Honor, I have one correction I'd like to make to Rev Renewables Exhibit 2. There was a public and a confidential version, so I'd just like to make sure that the record reflects a Exhibit 2 and 2C for his rebuttal testimony, or his direct testimony, rather.
I guess we'll mark it that way, and without objection, enter it.
Okay. And with that, the witness is available for cross.
Okay. RWE Supply.
Want to go get him?
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
He gets extra points.
Yeah. Lose a point for preparation, but you make it up with hustle.
That's true. Okay, we're even now.
Sorry. No cross for Rev.
No, okay.
No cross for Rev. Apologies.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Cardinal.
No cross for Rev. Thank you.
Okay. Chalk Point.
No cross.
Okay. Harford County. Okay. MEA. Nope. People's Council.
Yes, I do have a few questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Svedman. On page 8 of your testimony, lines 2 to 3, you state, and I'm paraphrasing, that not, and this is your rebuttal testimony. You state, and I'm paraphrasing, that not selecting certain projects in this solicitation puts them at risk of not coming online. Is that correct?
One moment while I pull that up.
Okay.
You're saying page 6 of my rebuttal testimony.
I believe it's page 8 on lines 2 to 3.
There's only 7 pages of my rebuttal testimony.
Oh.
Could it be direct?
I can check the direct.
Okay. That's okay.
I mean, is it
I'll
is it
just-
a numbering thing because it's an electronic version, or?
I'm not sure. I'll just have to move on, I think. So, hold on. So you're right, it is page 6, I'm sorry. So, yeah, so on page 6, lines 2 to 3, you state, and I'm paraphrasing, that not selecting certain projects in the solicitation puts them at risk of not coming online. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you suggesting that such projects are not cost-effective without the ESCC payments as paid through the transmission connected storage contract by ratepayers?
I think cost-effective is a particularly, challenging term. I think that's part of the reason for the NGEAtx in the first place, was to bring battery storage into the state of Maryland through that incentive program. So yeah, that is a, beneficial part of that, and projects without that payment, that is a potential risk.
Okay. In that same line, I believe line 3, you mentioned that capacity shortfalls in PJM are growing, and on lines 3 through 11, you provide a number of data points in PJM to illustrate that point. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on page 6, beginning in line 14, you mentioned that PJM is proceeding with a reliability backstop procurement. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask that the Commission take a judicial notice that that PJM subsequently made its reliability backstop procurement filing with FERC the day after Mr. Svedman submitted his rebuttal testimony, if I may.
Certainly. Noted.
Mr. Svedman, are you aware that in PGM's reliability backstop procurement filing with FERC, on the very first page, it states that PJM is submitting the filing to establish the reliability backstop procurement, a one-time procurement for new capacity to address resource adequacy challenges in the PJM region arising from insufficient commitments of capacity in the 2027, 2028, and 2028, 2029 reliability model auctions, primarily driven by the unprecedented addition of large loads, most notably data centers.
I do not have that report in front of me.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Sierra Club.
No questions.
Staff.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Shauna Wilkerson on behalf of the staff. I would turn your attention to your rebuttal testimony at line 5.
What page? Page 1?
I'm sorry, page 5.
That would be an address.
Page 5. Line 7 and 8. The J Meadow 3 Best project, that's going to be co-located with a solar generation facility, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the co-location aspect of this project is something the company considers a benefit, correct?
Yes.
Now, as part of this co-location, will there be any shared operational facilities between the BEST project and the existing solar generation facility?
Yes, as far as like a maintenance building, I assume that's what you're referring to. There will be like a shared kind of maintenance office and storage area.
That's all. Actually, I'm inquiring
Okay.
what type of facilities will be shared among these two, the project and the solar generation.
Okay, facilities. Sorry. When I think of facilities, I immediately think of something different. I mean, there will be an office on site for the solar project that will have, staff as well as broader storage. From a more broader project facilities standpoint, the battery and the solar facility share an interconnection location. They're under the same generation interconnection agreement. So it's interconnecting to a 500 kV system, and where that line will be tapped, a new 500 kV switch yard will be built by us. And behind that, there's further downstream electrical infrastructure, and that includes both the battery and the solar facility, and so those will be shared.
Okay, thank you. And are there any operational resources being shared?
Staff will be on site.
Be it staff or any other type of operational resources?
Generally, yes. A solar technician is a different job than a battery technician. So there will be potentially some overlap here. I wouldn't be able to say until those people are specifically hired. But from an operational perspective, right, in practicality, you are in that county and those projects are within each other or very much so adjacent. So, I mean, resources will be shared between the solar facility and the battery facility, and I mean that from a just like working with the local jurisdictions, talking to them, updating them on the project. The projects will have different requirements, but they will be handled together.
Yeah. And to the extent that there are operational and/or equipment shared resources, how will prioritization be handled between the BEST project and the existing solar generation facilities?
Yeah, it's a good question. Generally, I mean, the number one priority will be whatever contractual obligations that we have in maintaining those. So it's hard to sit here today and speculate, like, in this scenario, if the solar's down, we'll do this for the battery, or vice versa. I mean, the simplest response I can give you is that whatever contractual obligations we have, whether that's to the PJM market, whether that is through the SCC program, those will be what will be prioritized.
Thank you. And last question. On page 5 of your rebuttal testimony, you mentioned, and this is line 6 through 8, or 6 through 9, that this co-location can provide lessons learned about co-locating resource operations, shared and interconnection infrastructure, dispatch coordination, and integration of storage resources with renewable generation. What type of lessons learned is the company expecting to be able to get out of this shared location type of situation?
Trying not to make a joke about if I knew what the lessons learned were to be, then there wouldn't be lessons learned. My understanding is that there are no operating hybrid solar and storage projects in Maryland. There may be a caveat to that, certainly not of the scale of a 300 megawatt solar facility and a 40 megawatt battery. I think that is both like an engineering and a technical challenge to bring onto the grid, but also something that with that, if and when it is able to be figured out, will bring the benefits of hopefully having the commission, staff, other stakeholders within the state understand how those work, to bring more of those to the state of Maryland.
Okay. Thank you. Staff has no further questions.
Redirect?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll go to the commission then, and the first question will go to Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions.
Commissioner Suchman.
Just a few questions. Following up from staff attorney's questions, so I'm assuming there's going to be some synergistic operations between the battery and the solar facility. So at times when you don't need to supply solar to the grid, you'll use the battery to beef up the battery, charge up the battery. Have to use the correct.
Is technical.
Yes, the technical terms. So there's gonna, and that will be some of the lessons that we'll see in seeing the value of citing renewables with, or any intermittent generation source with a battery. Is that your sense of how this is going to work?
Yes.
Okay. And in your direct testimony, you talked about how this project is going to accomplish the goals of the NGEA. Can you just kind of lay out how you see the project sort of accomplishing those goals?
Yeah, I mean, from a simple level, it helps accomplish those goals by bringing storage onto the Maryland grid. I think of this project as a unique opportunity, both from it being a co-located resource. I also think it has certainty from having a signed interconnection agreement. Our costs are known. It has also additional certainty in its co-location with the solar facility, in that we have long lead time equipment for the interconnection facilities, the 500 kV switchyard and breakers procured. Those costs are known, ordered, and active coordination happening with First Energy to build those. It's on a brownfield coal site that has been deep mined and strip mined from as far back as the 1800s and since remediated. So I think of that as both a engineering technical challenge from a construction perspective, but also from the state of Maryland and conversations I've had with various members of the commission is a positive as far as from a siting perspective.
So the western part of Maryland is not experiencing the same kinds of high capacity prices that we're seeing in the BGE zone. But are you expecting to have some benefits there in terms of lower capacity prices?
I mean, yes, and Power Advisory spoke to this as well. I think more broadly from the approach of more supply of a battery facility onto the grid reduces demand and brings down prices. It's functionally how I see it. That is obviously a simplified view of those markets.
Right, and have you spoken to First Energy or PE about how deploying this battery could help them to avoid having to build out any of their infrastructure?
So when we put in the requests to connect to the grid, right, I think of that as part of those studies that they're doing, which is a little more of, hey, if you put this power on at this point, like here's what it does to our system and the upgrades you'll have to make to maintain that. In my broad experience, those conversations you're referencing, like a bilateral conversation with First Energy or Potomac Edison around, like, we have this need here and will you do that, is not how the storage development industry works. At least from a, you have the market structure that you have to work within to build an economical project. When, as a company, you're searching for locations, you're looking for locations that add benefits to the grid. But we do not have a relationship specifically with First Energy. I think where that would be appropriate.
It would be inappropriate?
That's a stronger term than I meant. It's not a standard operation.
Okay, but it could be in the future. I mean, to the extent that we could deploy storage resources and not spend the tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars to build out infrastructure, that would really be a benefit to Maryland ratepayers.
It would. I agree.
So, okay, that's all I have.
Commissioner Hoover.
So you mentioned that this site is a reclaimed coal mine. Have you run into any sort of legacy issues with the site itself? I mean, we've seen in some of these, I mean, on the one hand, there's this discussion about it's great to put these things on brownfield sites, but unfortunately, a lot of times the brownfield sites come with a lot of unexpected consequences. So have you seen anything with this one, or?
Yeah, it is a challenge. That is often why you see sites on brownfield locations to be more expensive than a greenfield site on pure farmland. That is the trade-off. I will say down the road, 20 miles from there, we have built a 20 megawatt solar facility also on a reclaimed coal mine, and we came across engineering challenges. We knew that those were going to come, and we budgeted for those appropriately. Construction was more complicated than building, on a flat field in West Texas. Here on this site specifically, we have done a significant amount of work to prepare for this. I'm talking, everything from hundreds of holes of geotechnical borings to detailed site LiDAR and lithography and aerial imagery to help further refine all of that. A lot of that is part of the solar facility associated with it. It's big and complex, but that allows us to take that data and apply it to this battery here. So simply, the answer is yes. What we are doing to that is getting as much data as you can. We're working actually very closely with First Energy on the interconnection piece to get there. There's kind of some specialized techniques you have to use in construction and building a 500 kV switch yard within a area where the subsurface, you just don't know, right? At some point in the 70s, they dumped a bunch of backfill in it and things shift. But there are engineering techniques to do that. They're a little more complicated, a little more expensive. But within our bid of this project, we accounted for those.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Commissioner McLean.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Just wanted to hit on your stakeholder engagement. That was one of the things you guys got dinged on. I know you indicated that you're going to rely on the relationships you built with the solar project. Have you had any outreach with regards to the battery project? Because I have seen projects in the past where counties are very excited about one but not the other.
Yeah, it's a fair question. We have talked with the county loosely about this. I think we've been waiting a little bit, to be very candid, to kind of make sure that we're approaching them with all of the information that we have. And there's also been an aspect of prioritizing the county's resources in that we're currently having them review a 300 megawatt solar facility with complex and detailed stormwater and sediment erosion control plans. That is, I will not say it is not a risk that could happen. I will say that I personally have good relationships with the county commissioners as well as the director of zoning there. We have referenced it. We say we're working on this battery here. We don't have any information for you guys specifically on this. The battery came up in our PSC CPCN case because it was listed within the interconnection agreement as a possibility. And there's a condition of that, of the approval of the solar facility that says if you're going to build a battery, here's some things you have to do. So we have talked to them about it, and it's effectively been, we're continuing our development of this. We're working, we are going through the process that we're here for today to see how that shakes out, and we will come back in front of you guys. I will say I've worked in Garrett County for 3-4 years now, and they've been nothing but easy to work with.
Great. All right. Fair enough. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, a follow-up to his question. Have you encountered, or do you anticipate encountering this concern about fires and the impact on the, I guess they probably have volunteer fire companies out there, right?
Yeah, volunteer fire companies out there. Do we anticipate that there's, we plan and prepare for the event that that happens. The systems are designed to be redundant in multiple ways to avoid that. And we will work, as we've done across our other projects, hand in hand with the local emergency response groups to basically set up plans and systems for them to implement. Generally what you've seen with battery storage technology as it's kind of developed even in the last few years is individual battery packs that are designed to burn out. And, so obviously we'll utilize those technologies, and as a developer and in building a project, you're only as good as the people that you work with in those conversations.
Yeah, no, I understand, and I think some of the concern is sort of fear of the unknown and things like that, and it's been more urban myths related to the fire situation as opposed to factual situations.
I think it's fair to be concerned. I think that's why there are requirements within the permits and approvals to structure those and have that, and I think it's very important, and we'll certainly do those.
Okay, all right.
Well, I don't have any questions. I'll just note that in the 1840s, coal was a modern clean energy technology. So it's good to see that we're moving forward. So I believe that's it. Thank you very much for your testimony. And if the air conditioning were working, I would try to go to Chalk Point, but it's not, so we won't. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 10. Hopefully, the air conditioning will be working at that point. So we're right.
And Your Honor, we're going to convene after the admin tomorrow?
Yeah. That's correct. Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, after the admin.
Thank you.